Hello! We're back. I had quiche. Again. We have a lot of quiche. Like a lot of quiche. But I'm gonna go check out this Smide quest. Sorry, Katra. Oh, it's that bracer. Let me pull up my checklist. Okay. Let's do this thing. That wasn't fair. You cheated. You didn't outdrive me at all. Hey, a win's a win. You're such a sore loser. You always win against me. I deserve to win too. Easy, easy. I'm sorry for butting in like that. Maybe next time we can give Millie a little boost to balance it out, okay? That wouldn't be fair either. I just want to beat him fair and square, okay? Hey, don't take it out on him for helping. Hey, why can't you just suck it up? This is just great. Didn't expect to find one of Elaine's coworkers in an argument with some kids. Think he could use a hand too. Hey, fancy running into you here. What happened to the hot shit bracer I bumped into earlier? Can't break up an argument between a couple kids? You, goddess of all people, if you want to laugh at me, you can do that later. I'm on official business, so get lost. No, not at all. I apologize if we're interrupting you. Just that you look like you were in need of help. What are you two arguing about? We heard a bit of the conversation, but could you fill us in? We race each other with RC cars a lot. Millie is way too good a racer, so she usually wins. She really whooped me today, so I was down in the dumps. Then this really cool bracer came over and offered to help. Well, aren't you a model bracer, huh? These kids love you. I headed back to the guild after I ran into you guys, but I came across these two after I started my rounds. The boy's car is a Lino land carrier, just like the one we used at the guild. So I can't deny it got me a little curious. One thing led to another, and I kind of lent him a hand. Didn't know they made RC versions of those. I dig it, even the little tykes can wheel these around. Wait, hold on a second. Is that a Nightbreaker? Now you mention it, yeah, it looks just like your car, just a different color. They make radio-controlled versions of these too? Yep, they do. I'm a big fan of this model. Hey, you know what's up. When it comes to power, you can't beat an Ingert. Oh yeah, totally agree with you. What am I watching? But yeah, today was just different. I followed the advice that the bracer gave me and I won. I actually won. I beat her for the first time in forever. Millie is being a real sorry loser about it. I beat her fair and square. You didn't beat me fair and square. You had a coach. I've always beaten you all by myself. Now I'm supposed to accept I lost because you got an adult to help you? How is that fair? Well, come on, it sucks losing all the time. Just let me have this. Beat me by yourself first. If you're happy to cheat, then go race to the Cheaters Club. You can win all you want there. Hey, you want to say that again? Look, I'm sorry. I realize in retrospect I shouldn't have gotten involved. So, yeah, this is how it's been for the last minute or so. It's a bit of a conundrum, isn't it? Got an idea, actually. How do you feel about pairing up with me, young lady? Elvis takes the boy, and we've got a perfectly fair 2-on-2 rematch. Well, that sounds like a great idea. Yeah, that works for me. With an adult on my side, too, it'll actually be fair. Excellent idea, Mr. Arkride. This should help them race each other more fairly. Okay, yeah, that's actually a good idea. I guess broken clock's right twice a day. See right through you, though. Don't just do things out of the kindness of your heart. Got an ulterior motive, don't you? No. My intentions are as crystal clear as the pickup's paint job. I just don't like seeing my favorite truck lose a rigged race. Well, there is to it, man. Justice. You know, that toes a fine line between genuine swagger and just idiocy. Yeah, he does that. Well, works for me. Guess if I sort of squint, I can see your point. So how do you two feel about it? Does that sound good? Sign me up. I want to show him who's boss. It'll be me and him versus the two of you. Me too. Last time wasn't just a fluke. Watch. All right, we got ourselves a match. I won't lose this time. Prove it. That's a relief. The kids are calmed down now that we figured out a resolution to all this. Now I'm indebted to a Spriggan of all people. Don't let this go to your head, you hear? Doesn't even register on my balance sheet. Just don't hold back, you hear? I'm not going easy on you. This is about more than just you and me or those two kids. It's Lino versus Ingert. Us Ingert fans, we don't take a loss lying down. Yeesh, you're way more into this than I am. But hey, you got a point. There's a chance to settle our differences for good and all. So you know what? Bring it. Everyone's really pumped up for this. Ben can't help himself when it comes to cars, as we're all aware. Be nice if this helped him get along better with Elvis, too. We should start by finding a suitable race course. What did you use for your match earlier? It was right here, just really straight and narrow sprint. I do think we should go somewhere else. We need a proper circuit for this. Yeah, something nice and open. I want that too, but I don't know where. There aren't many open spaces where we won't be getting in anyone's way. I might have an idea, actually. I know a venue that might be willing to host us. I'm not 100% sure, but it's worth asking. Follow me, everyone. I'll see if I can get permission. Off we go. Sure, I'm in. Great, to Newtown then. That's where this venue is.
Commencing mission.
RC Car Showdown. Alright, I think I gotcha. So you want a venue for your RC race? Yes, the Pavilion has hosted RC races in the past, if memory serves. Would you be willing to lend us an event space for a race of our own? Ah, now it's making sense. Well, how could I refuse a request from you, Katra? I'll talk to the administrator and see what I can do. Schedule's pretty quiet right now, so they shouldn't have a problem with it. Let's make this the best race you've ever seen. Yay, thank goodness. Now I really can't wait. Huh, didn't think you had inroads with the Pavilion. Nice job calling those IOUs, Katra. They do come in handy, I should specify though. This is more for me. Pavilion works closely with the Institute and the workshop, so we're well acquainted. Out of curiosity, what kinds of RC cars are you bringing? I'll be using my Lino Land Cruise carrier, and I've got an Ingert Nightbreaker pickup. Oh wow, Lino and Ingert? Seriously? What, is that a problem? What's the alarm? You know those makes, right? I'm a Lino employee who's loved this company for 20 years, and I'm an Ingert employee and a fanatic in my own right. And Petra and I get a little spirited when we debate over the two. We'll have a drink and some snacks and just go to town. This is a battle between Lino and Ingert, then we have to treat this seriously. You bet, this is company pride we're talking about. Oh yeah, this race has big implications, way beyond just RC stuff. Two bitter rivals going at it, and for these youngins, that can make or break their brand allegiances. It's serious stuff. Sounds a bit extreme. I really don't think it's quite that important. Yeah, they've lost me. Oh, I have an idea. We'll have some aftermarket parts over in the storehouse. I'll let you two have a sneak peek on me. Don't tell anybody, okay? Would you mind giving us some time to work out the track? We want to make sure it's as perfect as can be. Sure, by all means. Yeah, thanks a lot. This is getting out of hand. I'll go over the rules one more time just to be safe. Team Dick and Team Milia will compete in a 2-on-2 relay format. After 2 laps, the first racer will hand the controls to the second, so they will compete for 2 more laps for 4 total. Finish line will be right here at the start. Understood? So Dick and Milia will lead off their respective teams. Yeah, then Van and Alvis will compete against each other in the second leg. Getting really excited. Who's gonna win? Racers, on your marks. Get set, go! Man, they're really fired up. You said it, I'm glad they're having fun. Wait, why am I being all buddy-buddy with you? We're not allies anymore, we're enemies. Sure. With that, the race was off to a thrilling start. Milia climbed out to an early lead with her Nightbreaker, but after negotiating the turns, Dick's Land Carrier began to catch up down the long straight. He had swapped out his stock motor for an aftermarket sport engine boasting much stronger acceleration. Track favored his straight line speed with its series of straightaways, allowing Dick to pull ahead of Milia after the first lap. Not to count Milia out, she closed the gap in the corners with her skillful driving. She cut the deficit, but she still lagged behind Dick's souped-up machine as their leg of the race came to a close. I'm leading, Elvis. I did it. Sure did. Leave the rest to me, buddy. Dang it, you win this round, Dick. Go get him, Van. You got it. Give me some nice momentum to work with. With the third lap underway, Van and Elvis tested their mettle. Should have expected as much from a Lino employee's special customization. They really understand this thing's unique qualities. Same here. But neither side has a clear advantage. There's no ace in the hole. What the? Sorry to interrupt. Both of these cars were designed to go off-road, so what's the point of keeping them on the road? Paved roads are hardly their natural habitat, so we decided to spice up the track a bit. Puts every facet of your cars to the test. That's rad. You guys know how to put on a race. Ah, that's so cool. Man, I wish I could have raced on this. I wonder how I'd have done. Okay, built up a little lead here. Got to protect that. No mistakes. How do I want to go about this? That cardboard's a big old roadblock, but I'm already behind. What's the play here? Fucking gun it, bro. It's cardboard. No time to lose. Full throttle, baby. Oh yeah, how's that? Ha, not bad. Got the off-road bit coming up next. This is gonna be good. LCs chew those roads for breakfast. Can't push my grip on this surface, but I can't afford to give up any ground either. Do I hold steady, or do I punch it? Stay the course. Patient here. Just can't shake it. Last big curve coming up. The inside line is less distance, but he's gonna want it too. No, you gotta take the apex, man. Just take that inside line, thank you. Oh, no, you don't. That corner's mine. Gotcha, bitch. You little. Got one last ape in my sleeve. Get a load of my twin turbo. How'd you get that? Is that even allowed? Yo, this is sick. I wonder if I can get one of these for my truck. Don't you whine to me about the rules. Anything goes, right? Never seen a part like that. Oh, he's really proud of that. He was off chatting with Chamberlain about something earlier. I suppose that's what it was. You're sitting on that one for a while, huh? But how? I swapped the motor and everything. You're mine. I can't believe I just spent 15 minutes doing an RC race. All four of you really put a show on there, but in the end, only one team can be the winner. On with the results. Lena versus Ingert. The winner of this white-hot relay RC race is the Ingert team, led by Captain Milia. Wow, we really did it. They had us there, but you outdrove them in the second half. Way to go. It was nothing. Thanks for letting me tear up the course with your Nightbreaker. Hate to admit it, but you have me beat. Maybe I owe you some respect as a gearhead. Maybe. Man, you're a really good driver, Alvis. I want to learn how you race like that. But I'm not losing you to you again, Milia. Best 2 out of 3. You're on. That was quite the show. I wasn't expecting to end up so invested. Yeah, but I think we've hogged the pavilion long enough with that. Let's bounce. Yeah, I should get back to my rounds. Okay, let's head back to the artisanal district and race there. Yeah, good idea. I'm glad they mended things. It's like that big fight from before never happened. That ballooned a bit, didn't it? But hey, all's well that ends well. Really owe you guys for that. That's our line. How can we say no to a race between two of the auto industry's biggest rivals? Orbital cars aren't just machines, they're the future. There's something that kids and adults both can appreciate. That race was exactly what the Motor Pavilion is all about, spreading the joys of motoring to all. Come back sometime, will you? The Grand Prix may have ended, but Dick and Milia still hungered for racing. Van and company saw them back at the artisanal district, and then made for the Institute.
Mirror deposit confirmed.
Yeah, we got law rank 3. Let's go. Mayor Law. Reach the law alignment of level 3. So what does that do? Mayor Law. New version of Mayor born from syncing with Van. Converts convictions into power. So... strength, defense, speed, evasion. Oh, and it keeps my level. I guess they're probably synced. Defense, ADF. Wow, defense plus 50%? Don't really care about. Yeah, I think I'd just rather have the straight defense.
I'm there. A dedicated custom hollow.
Cool. So I guess if we get to rank 3 on the other ones, we get law and chaos and gray. Gray. That's the word.
Indeed.
All right. Well, that's that. Get moving. Not exactly speedy, is it?
Whoa, we're so high up.
This is kind of nice.
It's the kind of thing you'd only find here. Professor Hamilton designed this, right?
Oh, I'm impressed you knew.
Is something wrong?
Not at all. It's just that while I've heard about everything here, Seeing the whole world with your own eyes for the first time is without doubt an unparalleled experience.
I know what you mean. I feel the same way after diving into the world of a good book for the first time.
She doesn't get out much, it seems. All right. Oh, that was crunchy. Basel Institute of Science. Here we are, the Basel Institute of Science, the place where much of the Republic's most cutting-edge research gets done. Situated in such a beautiful location, too, the views of the canyon from here are just stunning. Yeah, this area is supposed to be popular with tourists for exactly that reason, though even they need a card right now. This isn't that bad of a spot to sightsee, I guess, but there's no real place to live it up in town. Well, speaking of tourism, what's that rounded building over there? I've been wondering this whole time. That's the Astronomy Observatory. That's a place where you look at the stars, right? That's right, there's a very powerful telescope there that lets you see far more of them than you could with the naked eye. There are many who believe that astronomy is the discipline from which all others draw their roots, even if others disagree. It actually originated in the Central East, if you didn't know. Whoa, really? Pretty sure they were big on stargazing in that fallen empire back to the east back in the day, too. This is turning out to be very educational. Huh? So where would you like to start? I'd be happy to show you around if you want. No, that's fine. We're just going to wander around for a little while and see what we find. You can tell us where the main facilities and research labs are. That'd be plenty. Well, if you're sure. They're marked on the building's map already, but here you go. Well then, I've got work of my own to take care of, so I'll get going for now. If anything comes up, you're always welcome to contact me on my Zifa. Thanks. Oh, I was hoping we could stay with him for longer. He knows so many cool things. I feel the same way, but it would be difficult. Just gonna get in the way when we start poking our noses around in dark places. Doubt we're gonna get any new 4 SPGs here, but here's hoping we can learn more about this abusive professor wherever they are. Let's get to work. Remember to act casual and not make it obvious that what we're here for. Understood.
Banner launched.
So, let's take a look. We got a shop.
Campus is just as big as I expected.
Let's take a look around. Gotta check out all the spots that kid
Everybody's
mentioned.
gotta eat, right? What'll it be for today?
Wait, 3,200.
Thanks a bunch.
We'll grab some of those, because those are always handy to have if we're going to go into a dungeon, which I imagine we will eventually. I remember seeing you at that Orbital Cafe in Edith. Live over here in Basel. I didn't expect to see you here too. My family lives over in the capital, so I'm out there a lot, both to visit them and to do my civil engineering research. Be cooped up in here for a while, though. I've got a big paper to finish up. She's a student here, huh? We should try talking to her.
Can we talk?
Still gotta find this abusive professor. Professor abusing their authority, you say? That's a bit of a stretch to me, not gonna lie. Say for certain that Professor Cronkite and Professor Tame would never do that. It can't be them. What makes you so sure of that? Well, so Professor Cronkite's a man of few words, so he can come across as kind of scary. But he means well, really. I mean, he's one of the greatest minds of our time. He lives and breathes science. And then Professor Tane is just really friendly to everybody. He's always looking out for people. He's known the world over for his work in civil engineering and urban planning. Basel Institute of Science certainly earns its reputation. Faculty are all accomplished scientists and engineers in their own right. Yep, lots of famous people come to study and lecture here. Professor Callahan's a real celebrity too. He's a real whiz when it comes to mechanical engineering. He's the brain behind the military's new weapons. Last I heard, though, his new big proposal got shot down in favor of someone else's. He didn't really take that very well. But he's bounced back. From what I can tell, he's really putting his all into his new project. Really humbled to get to work with so many hardworking and talented people. Hardworking and talented people can still be assholes. Are they good people, is what we're asking? Could you maybe have phrased that a little less aggressively? Well, thanks for taking the time to talk with us. You're a big help. All right, doesn't look like there's really much else to do besides track this shit down. So let's do it. I work as an assistant in Professor Arquette's lab over there. I've noticed some troubling things coming out of other labs, though. This one woman, she looked absolutely drained every day. I wish there was something I could do to help her, but really shouldn't go butting into other labs as business. I just hope that someone she can talk to, be it a coworker, a professor, or someone else. A bit fishy, might have to ask him about that.
Can we talk?
Workplace harassment? Goodness. I've heard these bits and pieces. I'm just a bit nervous to talk about it. We won't tell anyone, don't worry, anything helps. Heard loud shouting from one of the other labs. Yes, it stumped me out of the work I was doing. Heard stuff like, you idiots, can't you do anything right? You're a disgrace to the Institute. Get out! Just lashing out at everything and everyone now. It's really disturbing. Which professor was the one doing that? I can't say it. Sorry. If they find out it was me, I'll have hell to pay. It's really gnawing at me. The abuse is only getting worse and worse from what I'm told. Heard the works, fatigue, depression, exhaustion, even a couple of researchers fainting on the job. The whole department looks visibly shaken these days. The stress is just too much for them. I worry they'll end up like Cindy. Cindy, what happened to her? She's at her breaking point from what I hear. I hardly see her at the Institute anymore. We've all been trying to support her however we can, but it's rough. It really is. Damn. Yeah, that's not good. Who's the professor helping her, out of curiosity? That'd be Professor Esmeré. She's in the bioengineering department. She's known the world over for her cutting-edge research, a real upstanding woman. She's always up to her neck in her own work, though. She probably doesn't know the extent of the abuse at the other labs. Yeah, thanks for filling us in. That still helps a lot. So it sounds like Callahan might be the big jackass. Oh, gotta go upstairs. Oh, hi, Ren. Oh, hello, everyone. I didn't think I'd run into you all here. We just finished touring the Epstein Foundation and ZCF branches here, so now we're taking a brief tour of the Institute. Really not much we can do, though, since we can't attend any of the lectures here. Being honest, it's rather boring. Boring for you, maybe. You sound like you already know a lot of the stuff here. We're not as encyclopedic as you know. All this Epstein and ZCF stuff is brand new to me. She's just full of secrets, isn't she? But hey, we got to see and learn some really cool stuff because of it. Ren said she might have something extra special for us after we're done here, too. Might is the key word, mind. I can't make any promises. What do you mean by that? It's me. I'm not too worried about her. Let her do her own thing and us do ours. Well, we said we should talk to them every time we can. Is there anything?
All right.
We're good. I found stairs, guys. I did it. I've defeated the second floor. Hi. I'm just gonna walk in here and pretend I own the place. If you need anything from me, I'll just be reading here. We do have plenty of papers here, though I don't know enough about them to make any recommendations. Do handle them with care, though. They're very important papers. Sounds like plenty of students and faculty come his way. That tracks. Maybe he's overheard a word or two about the allegations.
Let me ask you something.
Huh? Power-tripping professor, you say? Well, if it were anyway, I'd put my money on Cronkite. He's awfully quick to dismiss people. Haughty, in a word. Kind and helpful aren't exactly synonymous with him, at least, from what I've seen and heard. Have you heard anything about any of the other professors that might relate to these allegations? Let me think now. I can't see Professor Oriel doing anything like that. She's just a bundle of sunshine, not a mean bone in her body. Sometimes I even see her in here picking up research materials for her students. Then there's Professor Callahan. He always made a point of helping out his assistants. He's certainly not a bad person in my view, but he's gotten a bit of a bad rap after his work went south. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. We greatly appreciate it. Alright, I think we've combed this area over pretty well already. Let's go sit down somewhere and try piecing things together. Recommend that open space at the front of the Institute grounds. I saw some benches there that we could use. Sounds like a plan to me. Alright, to the bench. Bench. Whee! Feels weird to be controlling Van, which is funny, because that's what you're supposed to control most of the time. You can do some funny things with the walk cycle on this. Just like Yakuza. All right, we ready to sit down? Hell yeah, we are. Oh, it was really good. We got our hands on some nice info there. Learned a lot of professors' names, too. There's Professor Callahan, the Engineering Science Authority, Professor Oriel, the Chemistry Department, Professor Cronkite, a well-respected expert in physics and orbital engineering, Professor Tane, an architectural researcher, the one Professor Esmeré over in Bio. They all sounded really capable, but of course the stat sheets don't tell the whole story. They all sounded like oddballs in their own right. I think we can pretty safely narrow down the perp to one of those 5. I agree, we have pretty strong evidence to suggest that. Alright, let's take our evidence from the top then. All the people we talked to, all the testimonies, they all have one thing in common. See what you mean. They didn't name the abuser. Not a single one named the culprit. Some of those guys knew who it was, but kept sounding like they were too scared to name him. Would have made our job a hell of a lot easier if they just named the guy, but nope. Now that you mention it, that is kind of weird. I can understand not wanting to be labeled a snitch, but it felt like there was more to it than that. They were afraid of the culprit. You could tell they respected them too. They didn't want to sully the professor's good name. Some people said the guy wasn't always like that. Something changed them. Probably the conflict, that proposal we heard about. Something about hard feelings. Now one guy said they had to crunch after the proposal fell through. Telltale sign of abuse to me. That does seem likely, though we can't say for certain what changed the professor's behavior. That would be a reasonable explanation. That said, no circumstance justifies such an abuse of power and stuff. This professor truly is incorrigible. So, who do you think the culprit is? Yeah, you ask me, there's only one professor who fits the bill. And that is Professor Callahan. Professor Callahan's our guy. He's one of the foremost authorities on engineering science, perhaps the smartest man in the whole field. Seen him in the papers plenty of times before. He's always described as a savant. Notably, he helped modernize the military's weapons and equipment. He's got revenge on the mind, sounds like. Some of the other professors one-upped him, and that's got him pissed. Yet it sucks. You'd think a world-renowned scientist would be less childish about it. You'd know a thing or two about acting like a child, wouldn't you? I don't know, you usually call me Grandpa. Which is it, bud? Now the time. So what do? Of all the recordings of the people we talked to, that all points to Professor Callahan being the suspect. So what's our next move? Do we hunt down our client next and give them the tapes? Nah, I'm thinking we get Professor Callahan's opinion on it without accusing him directly. We nudge him in the right direction, he might just turn himself in. What do you mean? Simple. We tell him about these abuse rumors going around, and we'll talk about all these exhausted students, and he connects the dots on his own. Failing that, well, we already know it's him. He's bound to figure out his reputation's on the line, and the more he hears about this, if he's smart, he'll fess up. So that's what we do. We give him the subtle little nudge, and he does all the work Elsyme wanted for us. 2 birds, 1 stone, right there. Sounds really scheming. I'm not so sure we're the good guys all of a sudden. Well, it is a quintessentially Spriggan-like way of solving our problem. Fine by me. To the Power Trippers lab, then. Actually, where is it? I don't remember seeing it while we were taking our tour. Suspect it's in the Special Research Building. We'll need some form of clearance to enter, of course. Passed by a door with a guard in front earlier. They won't let any ordinary civilian inside. I suspect we would need an A-rank card at the very least. It was hard enough for us to get the C-rank card. I think getting an A-rank one is off the table. What should we do then? Maybe wait for him to leave the building and ambush him? Nah, old Van is the man with the plan. All that matters is that we get inside the building. Doesn't matter how we do it. And being a Spriggan, I got a few tricks up my sleeve. Van, you're kind of scaring me with that smile there. We defer to you. What's your strategy, Master Spriggan? At first, we just roll up to the building like anybody else would. Once we get there, we convince the guard to let us in. Just act naturally and we're golden. Okay, if you're so sure.
Off we go.
Hello. Excuse me, is this where we can find Professor Callahan? We're here to speak with him. Right, yes. May I see your card, sir? Of course. C-rank, I'm sorry, I can't let you in without the proper security clearance. If you don't mind me asking, what business do you have with him to begin with? Glad you asked. We're here on behalf of the Principality of Elsyme. We figured there was an appointment for us, but we just found out now they didn't set anything up. Sorry for the inconvenience. We wanted to inquire about Professor Callahan's new research. It's caught our investors' interests. His findings have seismic implications. Even the Zypher Revolution would be small potatoes compared to this. We looked into meeting with him and collaborating on his research. Only to learn that Marduk was interested in the same thing, so now we've got ourselves a 3-way partnership here. I'm here on the Marduk company's behalf. I'm a concierge in their employ. So you're meeting with him to discuss a grant, is that right? I'm a bit surprised to hear both Elsyme and Marduk are collaborating on this, but, well, stranger things have happened, I guess. I apologize for the inconvenience. That said, who are these children with you? Surely they're not employees. Pardon? I'm not a kid, I'm just short. They're associates of the Elsyme VIP. Pardon them. They're here on Elsyme's behalf as well, so they were looking to sit in on our meeting. It was a little awkward, though. We came all the way from Elsyme just to get turned away at the door on a technicality. Not sure what to tell them when we get back home. Really, I'm sorry. There's clearly been some kind of mix-up here. Your arrangement might have been lost in the shuffle with all the Aramis students visiting. You must have been issued the same rank card as them by mistake. I'll go clear this up with Professor Callahan. 1 minute, please. Of course, we'll be waiting. Sure you're okay with calling your bluff? Of course. Who's he to turn down grant money? That ain't what we're really here for, but you just have to take the bait. Thank you for your patience. The professor would like to meet with you all at once. All at once. Go ahead in. We did it. Can't believe you managed to deceive your way past someone again. Hey, nothing I said was a lie. Not my fault if someone else takes what I said the wrong way. Bet you tell yourself that every single time, huh? Yeah, you must be a real pro at this. I mean, it's not something to be proud of. Your sudden embarrassment suggests. Wish you would at least stop to think about the bad influence you might be having on Fairy.
So you're trying to blame all of this on me, are you?
Not at all. I'm in no way trying to suggest your latest research is the cause. If anything, the approach you're taking with your latest project rather fascinates me.
Does it now?
That being said, work on my own project has reached a critical juncture. I cannot afford any issues with net traffic at this time.
That certainly sounds like blame to me, Cronkite. You may be one of Professor Hamilton's students, but that doesn't give you the right to...
So sorry for the delay. No. Who the devil are you? This is a restricted area, you know? Not to worry, we have permission to be here. Would either of you direct us to Professor David Callahan's office? Ah, so you're the ones I just heard about. We're finished here, Cronkite. Now if you would all follow me. Professor Cronkite and Callahan... Professors Cronkite and Callahan. Huh? Funny running into you guys here. Whoops. Did the same thing. Mr. Arkwright, do you have business here? Katra, what are you doing here in here, Silesian? And who are these people with you? They're students here on an educational visitation from the capital. I've been assisting them during their stay. Professor Cronkite was gracious enough to extend us an invitation to visit him when we happened to see each other in town. We asked Mr. Silesian if he could lead the way. Do not believe I invited anyone but you, nor did I imply we should meet quite this soon, but I suppose chasing you away here would be more work than just humoring you. Very well, follow me. It would be nothing short of incredible to see your work up close, Professor Cronkite. Well, we'll get out of your hair now. We apologize for the interruption. I can see you're very busy, but it would be a pleasure to speak more on another occasion, Professor Callahan. Oh? I suppose that can be arranged. Must be nice to have enough free time to spend on such frivolous nonsense as educational visitations. Well, come with me. I want to make this brief. Of course, Professor.
Wait. I'd like to listen in on this conversation too, if you don't mind. As their guide, I suspect it has everything to do with me.
Take a 10-minute break. Do not return late.
Yes, Professor. Excuse us.
As you know, my name is David Callahan. I believe you're here to talk about Elsyme and Marduk investing in my research. That makes for a very interesting combination, if you don't mind me saying. What exactly led to this?
Is that what you were told? There seems to have been a misunderstanding then. We're currently working for Elsyme and we do have a Marduk employee with us, but that's all. What? We're currently in the middle of an investigation, you see, and a lead happened to bring us here. Wanted to follow up on a rumor that some extreme abuse of power has been taking place in a laboratory here. It's the face of a guy who's got something to tell. Who asked you to investigate this? Couldn't tell you. Didn't leave their name, but they did tell us about what's been happening. Heard all about ridiculous workloads and insane hours that they and their colleagues have been forced to endure. About how they're never allowed any rest or woefully underpaid, and how they receive vicious, constant verbal abuse from their superior, even to the point of someone collapsed from overwork and has been driven to the brink of suicide. That's just... We have all the testimony and evidence we need to act if that's what it comes to, but we thought it better to come and hear your thoughts first. Excuse me? It's not too late to turn things around. So many people we spoke to were quick to say that you weren't always like this. They mentioned how you almost had trouble believing what you become. We can see how afraid people are of you now and how they dislike what you've become. At the same time, we can see how deeply they respect you too. We're not heroes of justice like the cops of the guild. Just about finding common ground and putting things right. As long as you're willing to work with us, we can... That is enough. Don't talk to me about respect and then immediately resort to blackmail. I cannot believe that one of my assistants would try and set me up like this. Unbelievable. Give them a golden chance to help me obtain glory beyond their imagination. This is how they choose to repay me? How could you say that? You know we've got evidence of what you're doing, right? Sure you want to pick this fight? Do what you will with your evidence. All I have to do is cover it up. No one's going to believe some lowly assistance over an esteemed professor. Professor, I am mere 2 steps away from completing my research, and they pick now to sabotage my efforts? Very well. Damn the human cost. I'll start working them to the bone to make up for their...
Just listen to yourself, Professor. What has gotten into you? You used to be so kind and supportive. Professor Hamilton held you in such high regard. Even though I was one of her students, you would still take the time to look after me. I just can't understand why all you do lately is spit in the face of her achievements.
Ketra, I suspected as much.
Sorry, that's a private matter between us. But please, at least stop and think about how you're treating the people who work under you. They took their positions because they dreamed of being like you. Don't belittle them or their work.
Salesian. Don't tell me what I can and can't do, you third-rate apprentice!
Ketra, what do you think you're doing? Listen, asshole.
You're talking to the famous David Callahan, the preeminent scholar of engineering science and military technology, who has long upheld the very foundation of this nation's national defense. I've had enough of youngsters like Cronkite and Esmeralda acting like they're above me after all I've achieved. My latest research will propel Calvert to even greater heights, change the power balance of the entire continent. Why can no one understand just how much of a privilege it is to help with that?
Professor.
Well, you're free to have whatever lofty goals you want, but I think we've had our 10 minutes, don't you? We came here to explain the situation and offer a solution we thought would benefit everyone. You're welcome to try and cover up all the evidence and testimonies we've gathered, but I promise you, it ain't gonna be easy. If you're close to this revolution as you claim to be, then I'd give another thinking through that if I were you. I'm done wasting time with you. I'll be raising the issue of your illegal trespassing and appalling brazenness with Mr. Townsend. I admit I may have been a little too harsh, but as long as you intend to cling to Professor Hamilton instead of aiming for something more, I have no interest in you. Unless you now see the benefits of developing your talents after me after all. I would wager that would be far better use of your time than waiting like a little girl for an old woman who's long gone. Excuse me. Ketra, pardon us.
Like a little girl.
There you are.
So this is what it looks like inside, huh?
It's so cool seeing the observatory. Is that the telescope?
That's right. Professor Hamilton had it specially made.
Sorry you had to witness that earlier, but I'm impressed you knew where to find me. Just had a feeling. Happy to forget about what we saw as long as you forget about us forcing our way into the research building. Van, behave. You can go ahead and have a seat over there. I'll go make us some tea. So there aren't actually any astronomy professors here? Not at the moment. I'm the only one who comes here every day right now. There was a time when quite a few researchers and students who all adored Professor Hamilton would come. Even Professor Callahan would from time to time. He never used to be like he is now. He's always seen Professor Hamilton as a rival, sure, but it used to be a friendly kind of rivalry that was beneficial to both sides. He taught me so much, too. Really must have changed then. Yeah, from that to the uptight, abusive asshole we saw earlier, some kind of fall. Professor Hamilton left the Republic 2 years ago, if I recall. And you're one of her students? That's right, I owe more to her than I can ever hope to repay. Been looking after the observatory in her house since she left the country. Though I think it's debatable whether I'm doing a good job of it. CEO of Vern, Mr. Townsend, is also one of the directors on the Institute's board. He told me that he's considering shutting this place down because so few people are using it. So that's why you've been doing all kinds of miscellaneous tasks to score points with him. That's awful. I really am sorry about earlier. I ended up interfering in your investigation by jumping in, didn't I? If I hadn't said anything. Don't sweat it. We ended up getting some useful info out of that whole outburst. My guess is you've noticed this by now too, but his piss-poor attitude isn't the only bad thing going on with him. You really think so? I have the same feeling. It would explain why someone so respected has stooped to such irrational behavior. Feels like the question is, what is he trying to do that he's willing to go so far off the deep end for it? The computer hardware in his laboratory was state-of-the-art. I suspect he's using it to perform vast calculations. The kind that would be equally difficult to properly manage. I agree. I've never seen a simulation of this extent before, and it seemed like even that wasn't getting the results he wanted. Couldn't be no, but that would... I see now. Well, we better keep an eye on that guy for a while. We ain't in Basel for that long, but it's gonna be here for the next couple days at least. Feels like we can't afford to scratch each other's backs a bit, yeah? Whether that CEO wants us to or not. Alright, I do have my doubts about you, but I believe that Agnes is worthy of my trust, so if anything comes up, I'll be sure to let you know, to keep what the professor left behind safe, if nothing else. Nothing comes from not being honest with yourself, you know. We'll be counting on you, Katra. Sure seems like he's being honest with himself to me. Not trusting you is the right call. But you're very much in the same boat with how boorish you are. Excuse me? You're trying to pick a fight, kiddo? Only proving my point, you know. Are you interested in the telescope? I just was wondering what it's like, that's all. It's only just past 5 o'clock, so we won't be getting a great view of the stars quite yet. But come with me. You still might be able to get a good view of the Great Scatter Triangle. Really? Yay! Of course the two kids of the group would hit it off. You're also a damn kid from my perspective. By the way, Agnes, was it just me or did you seem surprised or something when that professor was shouting up a storm? It wasn't just you. I cannot believe one of my assistants would try and set me up like this. Unbelievable. I gave them the golden chance to help me obtain glory beyond their imagination. And this is how they choose to repay me? So it picked then of all times to shine. It's not doing it now, though. Do you think it could just be a coincidence? Gotta wonder. Not like it'd be the first time it's shown at an odd time. Like when we first ran into Grimcat.
Whoa! What's this room for? Odette? What brings you all here?
Found you! We've been looking for all of you. We couldn't find you anywhere in the main building, so we wondered if you might be here.
Sorry for putting you guys out.
Well, not all of us are here for you.
So this is their giant telescope. I've seen one in the Imperial Museum too, but it's so cool.
Oh! Can we take a look through it?
It's nice seeing this place this lively again. It's been so long.
We did it! Well, we'll be going back to our hotel now. Sure thing. Try not to stay up too late just because no one's keeping an eye on you. The telescope was amazing though, wasn't it? I wish we could have had another look through it before we left. How about you come and walk around with us on the last day, Fairy? We'd love to have you. Really, your work sounds amazing, so I'd like to do that a lot. We'll just leave the playtime to the kids then. We're in the marketplace for place catered to adults. Oh, you want to join for the fun, Four Eyes? Never want to go to such a place. That sounds like it'd be kind of fun in its own way. It was nice to finally meet the famous Rosette, too. Maybe we could talk some more about another... Oh, yes, I would like that very much indeed. Hello. Hey, then it's happening. Did you notice? Yeah, you managed to learn anything on your end? I'm afraid not. We heard something interesting from that genius professor, but that's about it. I'm not going to have much free time here, however, so I'm going to have to leave it to that nose of yours this time. Dumping all the work on me, huh? Great. Here's the tram. Then we bid you all farewell. I'll be able to meet you tomorrow morning at around 8 o'clock. I know it's a little early for good nights, but I hope you all have one regardless. Same to you. See you tomorrow. Sleep tight. Oh, gosh. My back is crunchy today. What's eating away at you, phony maid?
Huh?
Is something up? Can't hide a thing from him.
I should have realized I wouldn't be able to keep my concerns a secret. To tell you the truth, I'm getting a peculiar sense of déjà vu from what's happening here in Basel.
Déjà vu? Main job's being a concierge, but you also handle crisis management all over the country, right? So which does this orbital net and distribution network issue make you think of more? Liberal 6 years ago or Crossbell 4 years
You're
ago?
proving perceptive and knowledgeable beyond belief.
I'm sure I've heard both of those things before, but yeah, I think Sal's mentioned them at some point too. Former was when all orbital power was shut off by the appearance of the ancient floating city. The latter was when the orbital network was used to perform a man-made miracle. I never witnessed them firsthand, so there's a lot of gaps in what I know, but both were caused by things you wouldn't think could exist. Man, I'd think you'd made up both events if I didn't know better. I know what happened a year and a half ago in Crossbell, and that's just batshit crazy on paper. When the whole continent was hacked, or whatever the word
I'm
is?
afraid I can't answer most of your questions because they would contain classified information. However, I believe this may end with a crisis different from the ones that Mr. Arkwright mentioned.
Huh. Well, Miss Perfect's Genesis started glowing again, there's bound to be something. No way this ends without giving us a headache. Yeah, we're gonna need to be ready for trouble. Gotta head out somewhere now, right? I'll come with you if you want.
Again, you are perceptive beyond belief.
Might have only met in person recently, but I've known you for a real long time now. Whenever you stumble on a major problem brewing, you gotta report it back to HQ, right?
Correct. What is happening here certainly falls under Code E of our regulations. But I see no harm in having someone with me during my report. We could also patrol the area at the same time. Does that sound all right?
More than all right. Let's get going. Wait, it's not just you two here, you know. Don't even think of leaving us out. I don't mind taking one of you, but the other's gonna have to stay behind. Someone will need to be available if Agnes or that boy we met decide to call. Right, that makes sense. Fine then, come on. Who are you taking? I'm gonna take Aaron. So where do we have to go to give this report? Your company's HQ is so far away, I would have thought you'd just call them. There's a bit of a process involved for security reasons. For starters, we need to leave the city toward the canyon. This needn't take priority over any other work you'd like to do, however. See now. Got it. We'll head over there once we've walked around a little then. Oh, well, we've got a quest.
Now, what's it say?
Finished the latest version of my AR mystery game, and I'd love for you to test it out. Oh boy, QA testing again. All right. Oh, there it is. Probably said that, but... Why is he all the way over here, though? What's up? This way leads down to a mine, does it? That would make an excellent backdrop for a game, but nah, it's probably too dangerous down there. Hey there, Arkwright Solutions, you had a request for us? Well, I didn't expect you to help me out again, thank you. Figured we at least hear you out. Just got you all, what's got you all the way out in Basel, anyhow? Especially since all the way out here in the dark, you ain't up to something shady, are you? Just scouting locations for my new game. It has a mystery theme, so it only makes sense for it to be dark and secretive. Let's get down to business then, if that's all right with you. I worked with a really bright friend of mine on this concept, so if I can iron out the kinks, I'll be sure it'll be a hit. We'll solve a series of puzzles, all while using these special gimmicks that fit Basel hand in glove. Yeah, what gimmicks are we talking? Well, it would spoil the fun if I just told you. Here, have this leaflet. Let's see here. Urgent message from HQ. Catch the rogue hacker on the loose in Basel. HQ will track the target's movements and relay them to you ASAP. All the transmission will be sent in code to avoid leaking information. Decode the messages and apprehend the hacker. Secret agents, huh? Alright, I'll bite. And decoding our messages forms the puzzle aspect of the game. Exactly. Sounds like fun, right? I think we really knocked it out of the park with this one. What do you think? Interested in giving it a shot? Let's go. Sure, we got our other work taken care of. Why not? Awesome. I was hoping you'd be up for it. Let me put your names down under the tester group real quick. There's another tester working through the game right now, so see if you can solve the puzzle before they do. See, I didn't realize we weren't the only testers at the moment. Yeah, I'm sending applications all over the place. My other tester just started a few minutes ago. Got a special reward for whoever beats the game first, so good luck. The hunt is on, isn't it? Well, good luck. I'll be watching from the sidelines to make sure everything's running smoothly. There he goes. So now what? We don't even have our first message yet. It's true. Did say that HQ would send us messages, but how? HQ to Spriggan. We found traces of the hacker in the artisanal district. Invest the sooted triad. Whoa, I don't recognize this address at all. I think it really is him. The first riddle should be easy to solve. I imagine it's like a warm-up. Makes sense. Let's get cracking then. Well, it's in the artisanal district, and it's probably marked with an exclamation point. Boy, what a hard riddle. But also thank God that I don't actually have to do riddles. Oh wait, you're a shop? No?
No need to be shy now.
Ooh. Up. Okay.
See you again.
Buy rare items.
See you again.
Shifting to maintenance mode. New shard skill added.
Maintenance mode
Activating
engaged.
maintenance mode. Sorry, that's a single element slot. Skills changed.
Do I have a hit too? No. Who has it? Why does Agnes have this? Let me see if I can buy a hit. Excuse me.
No need to be shy now. See you again.
Activating maintenance mode. Skills changed.
48%. Love to see it. All right, let's go take care of this real quick.
What's next?
No connections. Oh. Well, if there ever were a sooted triad, this would be it. Not the easiest first riddle in the world. There's chimneys everywhere around here. Indeed, it does make sense for a district this industrious. And it looks like we're not the first to make this far either. Walked around this damn place for ages and it was right here this whole time? Oh, looks like we threw the other tester for a loop. Here's the next set of instructions, almost like he's watching us. Normally I would assume the same, but I imagine at least one of us would have noticed them if they were tracking us by hand. I think we're receiving these messages automatically based on our Ziffa location data. I might be giving him too much credit, no offense to him. No, I think this is the work of his helper. Must be a network expert. Got a lot to think about once this is done, but that can wait. Let's look at this next message real quick. Peter Spriggan, the hacker's long gone from this area. Unfortunately, we picked up another trail elsewhere in the artisanal district, though. Investigate the Bat's Roost. Yeah, go Fig. Of course there's more to it than that. Talk about cryptic. What the hell's a bat? All caps. Ordinarily, I would assume the mammal. But given how it's written, I imagine it's alluding to something else. At any rate, we didn't encounter any bats in the mine, if memory serves. Letters do ring a bell. Where have I seen them before? I got nothing. The roost part makes me think it's someplace they all come back to, or that they're normally out and about. Keep your eyes peeled for anything that fits that description. This one sounds more specific. I'm actually figuring that one out. Bat is Basel Aerotram.
Location card ready and follow the instructions of the...
Using my noggin. This is the Aerotram station, and that's... I think we've struck gold here. Right, that does make sense. BAT is an acronym for Basel Aerotram. Alright, yeah, makes sense that this is the roost. They all stop here. And boom, there's the next message. HQ to Spriggan, the hackers made their way toward Newtown. Board the tram and pursue them. Straightforward enough? Let's hop on. This does offer an exceptional view, especially at night. Oh, I see a familiar face. Took the tram just before we did. Let's see here. Well, if it ain't that Aramis kid we bumped into earlier. Been a step ahead the whole way from the looks of it. Well, I'm not about to let some snot-nosed runt like him outwit me. Let's get moving. And I remember when I was all held up about beating people to the punch like that. Youth, huh? I'd think of a zing, but you make fun of yourself well enough as is. Looks like they've already made their move. It's like it. So now what? HQ to Spriggan, we found new traces of the hacker. Disregard the kitty for now. Your target is ZCat1. Disregard the... Oh, that's what it is. Might help to write it out on paper. This one would have been too much for the small fry's brain. How cruel. Got a pretty good idea of where the objective is. I can see it on the sign over there. Let's head out and take a look. Cat, huh? What do cats have to do with the orbital net? Oh, her. Well, ZCat1 sounds like a car, so looks an awful lot like I'm right. It says VZ1 though. And here we are. ZCat1 minus the cat, a Z1 race car. So you just cut the cat, huh? Almost too easy. Our next message should be arriving shortly. Stay sharp, gang. Well, that was anticlimactic. Let's see here. Yo, you in the game too? Yeah, I guess so. Didn't know there were other people doing this. You just Spriggan, the hacker got away, but their tracks are fresh. Should still be nearby. Head for coordinate marker WXBC square. Well, what the hell is this? Doesn't make a lick of sense. Really don't want to lose to these guys. Got to think this one over. Well, I head out. Catch you later. Have fun. Best of luck out there. Puzzling time. Let's start with the easy stuff first. Suspect that we need to fill in the square marks with letters. To complete the sequence, the phrase will come together. Yeah, once we have the full phrase, the rest is a cakewalk from there. Follow the code and see what we find. It's outside, to the shock of no one. So first floor of Vern's Arms, second floor of Vern's store. Building itself is Vern Plaza. Vern Arms, or VA, that lines up with the code. Not too hard if you know your way around. We made good time on this puzzle from the looks of it. Look at that, another message. From the engineer, a pair of ZCF goggles will spell your way. ZCF goggles can be found at the Vern store if memory serves. Heard about them earlier, didn't we? Yeah, ZCF is the Liberal Kingdom's principal engineering company. They were notable for building the first orbital airships. Now we got Liberalian goods in the picture. That really makes me think it's her. Anyhow, let's go get the goggles. This is Fern Arms. Oh, I need to buy the goggles.
Do you know what you want?
Well, I can buy some other things while I'm here. So we can go Cyclotron Plus, Sigma Unit Plus, Twin Sabers Plus, and Combat Dagger Plus. $33 curry balls. What the fuck? $5,400. Boo!
I hope to see you again. Do you know what you want?
I need to buy the goggles?
I hope to see you again.
Alrighty.
Hey, quick questions. You guys stock ZCF goggles? We sure do. Here's a pair for you. It will spell your way, the riddle said. Is there writing on them? I don't see anything on the frames, so on the lens, perhaps? Bingo, check this shit. Await the aerotram, the bench will beckon. Guess we gotta follow the breadcrumbs now. The aerotram is just up the stairs. Let us make haste. So, we got the ZCF goggles. That's actually an item I can use. Hey, they don't mean Vern Arms, do they? What else could it be? I hate this puzzle shit. I don't get the riddles at all. Looks like we're a step ahead this time. Hurry, can't let the kid show us up. Roger, roger. Roger, roger. Where's Ishmael when you need him? Does that shit all the time. Hello. Well, if it ain't the student council prez, figured you had a hand in this.
You caught me. Good evening, Spriggan.
Oh, little Miss Violet was behind it all, huh? Feels oddly appropriate. I'm flattered to hear that from Longport's own little prodigy. How'd you get roped into all this? Well, I happen to know the game master through the net, you see. He'd been putting out all these fascinating riddles online. I figured I might as well reach out to him. We got in touch and eventually came up with the idea of this game. What better setting for a cyber-themed story than Basel? I even got to try out this new mail API that I'd been tinkering with. I learned quite a lot from this little exercise. You just know everyone ever? Jeez. Did learn about your hacking exploits as Kitty through MK's database. I didn't realize your talents spanned far more than just security. Thank you. I still have much to learn, of course. Took him long enough. Must have fell behind somewhere. Huh, I was wondering why you were here. This was just an excuse to work with that Percy guy, wasn't it? This is all just stupid. This council president broke our own curfew for this shit? Oh, don't single me out, you meanie. I just so happened to hear from someone about a bored-looking Aramis student wandering around the city past for curfew. Imagine my shock upon learning it was none other than you. So, James, did you have fun being a naughty little boy? Barely felt a thing. All that effort for a dud of a game. Could have sworn I heard you racking your brain a bit at some of those riddles there. I mean, okay, fine. They did make me think a little, kinda. That's excellent news. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear it. Wait, so did you really make that auto-send API thing for the emails? Like, you made that from scratch? How the hell are you even real? No wonder Roland and I don't measure up. Well, fine. I admit it. You're pretty damn good. Aw, thanks. But flattery will get you nowhere, mister. Oh, would you mind keeping tonight our little secret? I'm not sure what I'd say if, as you mentioned, everyone found out I was breaking my own rules. Sure, as long as you keep me a secret, too. Not privy to the specifics here, but it looks like they've worked things out. Yeah, just kids being kids. Ronald, huh? So he's the other brain cell in James's group. At least things have settled down now. Percy shortly arrived on the scene, and the participants gave them their impressions of the game. Well, good work, everyone, and thank you for the rave reviews. I owe a special shout out to Ren. Without her, none of this would have been possible. I think nothing of it. Thank you for having me. If you ever get the idea for some other game, do let me know. You got it. Thanks a bunch. Man, I never thought my online friend would be a high schooler. You're really something special. I mean, how the heck did you learn so much about the orbital net at your age? I feel like you're gonna leave me behind if I'm not careful. I gotta branch out and level up my programming skills. Best of luck with that, pal. Gotta say, this was all pretty fun, so I'd be down to try whatever you come up with next. Thank you. Still have a lot of kinks to iron out for sure. But I might be able to go public soon. Oh. Got disconnected. That's exciting. Is my stream disconnected? Nope, there we go. I might be able to go public soon. It's almost ready for Average Joes and Janes, I think. Now there's a little prize for you guys, since you guys got here first, after all. Again, thank you so much for participating. Look forward to the next game. With the game wrapped up, Percy excused himself to mull over his feedback, and Ren and James snuck back to the hotel for the night.
That's a wrap.
All right. All right, to the canyon. Will this area do the trick?
Yes, it should be perfect.
What's that?
Parabolic shards expanded, initiating satellite communications.
Holy shit. Again? Some of our research was supposedly used in making it, too. What is it, Theo? That wasn't what I thought it was it? A low-altitude communication satellite flying 900 cells off the ground under the Sea of Stars? One of the many cutting-edge orbits you guys are operating in secret, huh?
Indeed. Vern aided in its development, and the president of Calvert has given its use his tacit approval. As long as we continue reporting data on its usage, admittedly.
Sounds like him, all right. This is how you report to HQ without the risk of anyone listening in?
That's correct. I don't believe communicating using Basel's orbital network to be safe at this point in time. As a Code E matter, the main AI in our headquarters will begin analysis and threat level determination as soon as it has received the proper data.
Must make things easy just having a computer do everything for you.
Something about that just doesn't sit right with me.
Two sides to every coin, as the saying goes. Marduk ain't the only ones whose tech level is off the charts. Hell, it's not even tech, it goes for martial arts, magic, and the like too. Genesis and Almada aren't much different. Whether something's above board or not, it all comes down to how you choose to grapple with it. You should try and keep that in mind.
Sure. Loud and clear, Professor Arkwright. I was forced to grapple with that damn tyrant. I know what I'm doing on that front.
Yeah, I suppose you do. You don't mind telling me telling the other two that's all that's happened here, by the way?
By all means. Whether it's permitted under our company rules is a gray area. But that is the Arkwright Solutions way, isn't it?
Look at that. Seems I can't stop rubbing off on people.
So I've noticed.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry for bothering you so late. I thought you would be in for the night by now.
Oh, it's you. Wait. You may have seen the satellite from the observatory, yes. I was just calling to ask for your help with something. Over the Institute not too long ago, we... Yup. Sure did. Got it. We're meeting at the main gate, right? We'll be there in 20. We'll grab our small fry on the way there. Oh, God, they're here.
The preparations are coming along nicely. And this is going to be fun. Much as I wish we didn't have to leave most of the execution to that filthy worm.
He is an overseer much like myself. I am sure he will play his role perfectly. Just take care not to let the window of opportunity pass you by.
Who do you think you're talking to, puppeteer? As if I would fail.
This battlefield will soon be an essential part of the preparations for our endgame. I will be looking forward to seeing what you can do as well, Golden One.
I shall do whatever my contract asks of me. Farewell for now.
Suspicious.
There you are. I'm glad you all came.
Yep, hey there. Wait a sec, haven't we met with this chick? That's right, earlier today.
Oh, I remember you too.
I wasn't aware that you had already met. This is Associate Professor Esmeralda, another one of Professor Hamilton's students.
That's me! My full name is Esmeralda Archette. What a surprise! So you are the problem solvers I've heard so much about. And one of you is just too adorable!
Yeah!
Please, Essie, this isn't the time for that. I did tell her to go home, but she insisted on staying to help us.
Why must you be so cold, Katra? I could never abandon my little brother in his moment of need.
Little brother? We're just students under the same professor.
What do you mean, just? Here's what you get for being so mean. Come here.
Stop that, please.
Man, think we could swap bodies for a sec, kiddo? Well, the more people familiar with this place that we have to show us around, the better. Bigger our group, the higher our chances of finding this intruder we're here for. It's true, I didn't see them directly, just to be clear, but Fio's sensors detected an unregistered individual entering the building. They didn't use that stupid card to get in here? It's also worth considering that the security system used here is too advanced for just anyone to be able to slip through it. Or consider that this could be Fio's sensors malfunctioning, but as the drone based on Ziffa technology, I very much doubt it. The reading is correct, I am sure. Well, let's see what we can do. We might find ourselves stumbling on clues if we couldn't find earlier today if we're lucky. Taking you two with us, just to be careful, okay? We'll be fine. We have Fio and Zeros with us, too. Let's get to work. Engaging search mode. Wouldn't kill us to be more tense here. We got the mystery music. My nose is so itchy for like no particular reason. That's exciting. The Institute is so moody at this time of night. Oh, feeling scared? Of course not. A Kruger warrior would never be afraid of something like ghosts. Not remembering all the ghost stories I heard in school or anything, that would be silly. Alright. Small quantity of residual shards detected. Shards here? Someone used their Ziffa here. Let's have a quick look around just in case.
That dining hall's a bit suspect, but first things first.
Exclamation point over here.
Additional residual shards detected.
These readings are a little denser than before.
Does that mean we're not alone?
Guess I wasn't imagining things.
Cafeteria's empty, huh? Whew, can't sense anyone here either. By the way, was that green-haired girl the only one left in the building when we got here, apart from the intruder? Not quite. Professor Cronkite already returned home for the day, so he won't be here. But there are also several security guards along with Professor Callahan and his assistants. Tried calling out to them from the other side of the door, but they were too focused on their work to notice. No surprise there, I guess. Well, let's just put them out of our minds for the time being. Professor Hamilton's students sure are an eclectic bunch, you included. I don't want to hear that from you. Still, I think it just goes to show how open-minded she is. She doesn't care about race, upbringing, or anything other than finding the good in everyone, then working to bring the better to bring it out. Everyone knows her as the mother of the Orbital Revolution, but even to this day, she's striving to develop technology to help those in need. On top of that, she's kind, considerate. I've never met anyone like her. She sounds amazing. She was the one responsible for reviving and expanding Tharbad's oasis, too, wasn't she? You can really tell how much you respect her. I'd never not respect her. This feels like. So the house we visited earlier today is where Mr. Selesian and Professor Hamilton lived then. That's right, the professor took him in 9 years ago and he's been living with her ever since. Two of them, along with me and Professor Cronkite, are like a family now. That's why people call him her favorite. He left the country 2.5 years ago, however. That's right, he puts on a brave face, but he misses her so much. She's off trying to solve problems in the east, so there's no telling when she's going to be back. The story about closing down the observatory seemed to come about because of me and Professor Cronkite, too. He never confided in us. Instead, he tried to fix the problem all on his own. And Professor Cronkite's really busy at the moment, so he can't be around very much. Just wish I could pick up the slack and support Katra like a real big sister should. Kiddo's got a pattern, huh? He was trying to sort out that problem down in the mine alone, too. He's at the kind of age when kids want to act older than they are. Better just leave him be, if you ask me. Perhaps you're right, but being there for one another is what families do. I'm a little envious, to be honest. No? Did you find something, Zeros? Guess we better give it a look. We sure didn't find anything downstairs, though, so I'm not getting my hopes up. I agree. Let's see if we find anything.
This robo might act like a real-ass dog.
Doesn't it? I spent many nights coding the design so it'd perfectly replicate a wolf's mannerisms.
Leave it to the bioengineering department's rising star to go above and beyond.
You really need to get a life.
See? Nothing here. That's strange. Door's ajar. Did it just open itself? No, that doesn't. Where are you going, Zeros? Hmm? What is it, Zeros? There. Wait, was that? Whoever they are, they ain't just using stealth shards. They appear to be combining them with something else. Yo, we're going after them. Understood. Going too. Wait for me. Heat signature detected. Zeros.
Wait! I surrender! I surrender!
A woman? She looks kind of familiar. There was me thinking it'd be a kinky cat or someone from the Mafia. Huh? Who's that? You must not be a member of the faculty then. Man, it did cross my mind it might be you, but I wouldn't have put a mirror on it. This year's one of Kincaid's subordinates. I don't think I ever caught your name. Oh, so it's the desk jockey's gopher, huh?
You watch what you're calling me.
Is this an acquaintance of yours?
I was hoping not to make contact with you while I was here, but I see I underestimated just how friendly you would get with the faculty here in less than 24 hours.
Yeah, we're good at that.
I did hear you had a way of conning everyone you meet into liking you, Arkwright, but you work fast.
I ain't conning anyone. I'm just likable. Also, if you're gonna try and burn someone, maybe try doing it when you're not pinned under a dog.
You think I'm enjoying this? Just get it off me!
Can't eat another bite of Engadin. Looks like you guys did the rounds. Sure did, though we may have overdid it a tad for it being our first day, but now I have a better idea of just what's happening in this city. You do?
My name's Kayla McMillan. That's my real name, for what it's worth. I'm a second lieutenant in the CID, and I'd prefer it if that and all we discuss are kept off the record.
I thought you were here on a job for Malsheim. So the CID is also involved then? Yeah, we knew the CEO might try and hide stuff from us, so we kept one of our clients a secret. We just didn't expect one of their guys to use a mix of Zephyr and Ramda stealth to sneak in here. I apologize for the trouble I ended up causing. My intention was to investigate so we had a backup in the event you didn't succeed. I never expected to be found. Clearly, I shouldn't have underestimated the Institute of Science's technological prowess. BO is cool? Of course, very cool. I don't get it. Why sneak in here at all? You couldn't just let us do our thing? I assume she concluded that the current situation was too serious not to do it. Is that about the long and short of it? Current state of the orbital network and the distribution network is definitely a problem. I had them go down on me the other day, too. We managed to get things running again, but it was still a big hassle. But just why is this happening at all? There's only one possibility I can propose. That would be unusually intensive parallel distributed computing. I'm no expert in the field, but that's all that comes to mind for me, too. And we're of the same mind. Totally lost. What the hell are you guys talking about? Orbital computers have been getting bigger and faster over the past few years, and the bigger they get, the more orbital energy they consume. In short, yes, the larger and more complex the tasks you require of them, the more power they will consume. Orbits regenerate orbital energy over time and don't generally need an external power source. That changes, however, when the amount of energy consumed vastly exceeds the orbit's ability to generate it. Yet if the orbital distribution network that serves as that external source is also heavily taxed, that leads to a temporary decrease in the amount of energy available and a spike in the amount of orbital network traffic. That theory alone would be enough to explain the issues you're here to investigate. Does parallel distributed computing really consume that much orbital energy? When you borrow the processing power of multiple computers through the net to do greater calculations, right? I'm impressed you know that much about cutting-edge tech. Now, connecting a few terminals isn't going to consume much energy at all. But what do you think would happen if one were to connect all the terminals in a city? And do you think hacking is behind this? The flow of orbital distribution network looks to me like it's being manipulated. If you intentionally adjust its flow on an erratic schedule, you can make it seem like the issues are just occurring at random. I might even call doing just that my specialty, though I find this here to be a distastefully crafty way of going about it. Still, while it's possible on paper, I can't imagine parallel distributed computing taking place on such a vast scale. As for controlling the orbital distribution network itself, that's simply unimaginable with current technology. Still don't know what all there is about orbital energy and how it works. Oh, but wait. A situation mirroring that unimaginable scenario happened not all that long ago. It was around the most recent occupation of Crossbelt. There were miracles and calamities born from large-scale distributed processing that should have been impossible with our current tech. So impossible that I never thought the same could happen here in the Republic, even if this is on a smaller scale. Indeed, we analyzed that situation ourselves at Marduk and reached the same conclusion about what happened. What was that? That confirms it then. Finally clues us in. I've heard about some about what went down at Crossbelt, but this is the same if this is the same as that, well, that spells trouble for us. Right, and this isn't the first time we've run into something connected to that whole incident either. Don't know if they're deliberately setting out to replicate Crossbelt's deal, but one thing's we need to get cleared up right off the bat. Got to assume someone out there is trying to do research that can only be done with parallel distributed computing. The question becomes, who is it? What's the point in asking a question with only one clear answer? Professor Callahan. What does he think he's doing? Changed a ton over the past few years, but I didn't think he was up to something of this magnitude. Number belongs to...
Is that you, Salesian?
Professor Callahan, what's wrong, sir?
I'm so sorry. I screwed up. Please, stop this. They want my...
Professor Callahan. What just happened? He's in the special research building, right? We must hurry. What? Damn. Professor, where are you, Professor? What are we decoding? Ren, what did you do? What is going on here? Professor Callahan has gone missing and you're here with some evidence that he's been abusing his power? Even the police and guild have barged into the Institute wanting to question me. People have been here for a day. A day! Are you some sort of plague being brought down upon us? It's not their fault. It's Professor Callahan's problem. No, it's all of our problem. Don't act like you didn't know about assistants being harassed left and right. What did you want me to do about it, my position? Not my place to say anything about his research. I'm sure that is one of the difficult things about being a joint venture group funded by multiple investors, but I also imagine the benefits outweigh the difficulties. Anyone could see that the professor was on a rampage, and the problems with the orbital network and its distribution are just as clear. Let me just shoot straight with you. Was that professor linked to any strange groups? You know, like the Mafia or anything? I'd like to believe he wasn't, but I can't say for sure. Pretty normal for the Institute of Science and Fern Company to accept outside funding. In other words, the ground is fertile for corruption. I can't write off the possibility with all those new terminals he suddenly had on him. Stop this pointless conjecture. You have no evidence. Rumors like this were to leak to the public during such a crucial time. How about acting like a leader for once in your damn life? These youngsters were hired so the police and the guild wouldn't have to get involved, and while we sit here scrambling for answers, who knows what Professor Callahan's up to? Tell me, is there ever going to be a better time than now to step up as CEO, Bill? Supervisor. Fine, I'll tell you everything I know, but please keep this just between us. Of course, our team always keeps matters like this confidential. We're contracted with one of your biggest shareholders, the Principality of Elsyme. You have nothing to gain from hurting your image, and everything to gain from earning some brownie points with Vern. Professor Callahan first began to change around a year or two ago. We'd received a request from the Republican Army to develop the next generation of weapons, something he excelled in. When the time came to propose ideas, he lost in his own field. Professor Cronkite's was accepted. I knew that was it. Ever since, he's been doing research on his own like a man possessed. I don't know what it is he started researching, but whatever it was, it required an immense amount of capital and manpower. Came a point where he started seeking out every sponsor he could. And half a year ago, I heard a place called the Anchorville Company offered an unprecedented amount of money. Name. So it got caught in your information network too, huh? Don't tell me this is the same as Longport. Indeed, the Anchorville Company, much like the Messeldam Trading Company, is also one of their shell corporations. What are we talking about? A certain mafia. They're called Almada, and they're on both guild and police radars. What? Professor Callahan was involved with people like that? I've heard the rumors, been expanding their territory an awful lot of late. Just how the hell could you have overlooked something like this? It's not my fault. I only got the info the other day. What else could I do? Do you know what would happen to me if I put a pause on research for the Mafia? Think about the poor assistants who ended up helping him without even realizing it. So after losing against the genius professor, he started focusing entirely on his own research. My bet's he's sticking to his same field of expertise. If the Mafia has invested massive funds into his work, I have a bad feeling about this. A really bad feeling. The network delay that dropped down to 0.35 has gotten worse again as of this morning, too. That makes it highly possible that he's continuing his research in another location. Just where on earth could that be? Sounds like we gotta go old-fashioned manhunt on her. Gonna be combing through this place way more than what we did yesterday. I take it there are no objections? I don't like it, but I know it must be done. Better give our cards the proper ranks then. Fine, give me your cards. Rank B, the certification level you mentioned. That one almost never gets issued. Not trying to bitch, but you may as well just give us rank A at this point. Don't ask for the impossible. Besides, we were able to get around much better than we could yesterday with these. Get to work. Time to get one over that mafia.
I have a favor to ask. If at all possible, do you think I could accompany you?
Oh?
As Professor Hamilton's student, this situation with Professor Callahan isn't entirely unrelated to me, and I very much consider it my job to do something about it in her stead. Please, let me come with you.
Patra. Yeah, that's fine with me. Just to give you a heads up, our work takes priority. That means you're going to be tagging along while we take care of business. Is that going to be a problem? You mean like yesterday? That's fine. I wouldn't even mind helping out if there's anything I can do. Well, we're counting on you guys. I'll reach out to my contacts and see what I can dig up while you're at it. Just don't do anything too crazy, okay, Katra? Don't worry so much, Essie. I'm in good company. Whatever it takes, I'm determined to set things right while she's not here to do it herself. I know. I'll start talking to any dealers who supplied Professor Callahan with parts. If I hear back anything back, I'll let you know. Take good care of the boy. Yeah, you got it. By the way, Agnes, it glowed last night, didn't it? It did, yes. Most likely at the same time as when Professor Callahan's final transmission went out. Getting close then. Yes, the last time the Genesis glows like that was... What are you talking about? What's a Genesis? Don't worry about it. Work stuff. I'm sure we'll fill you in eventually. Hope you don't mind, Katra. You say so. Must be something that could take a while to explain. Where should we start? Possible, I'd like to first speak to Yang. You would know him better as Professor Cronkite. Guy our missing professor had beef with, right? Yeah, I'd bet he'd know a thing or two about his research. Sounds good to me, plus I think it's about time we have a nice little talk with yesterday's client. The anonymous one? Not so anonymous to us at this point. Come on, let's settle the score. We'll be making the rounds through Newtown and the Artisanal District before heading to the Institute of Science. That's perfect. And may day 2 of our work begin.
I see.
Okay. So, Katra. He is a caster, for sure. Big caster. Whoa. Let's give him the Grail Ring for now. Change the bunny strap to the ZCF goggles. 50% crit. And my accuracy is 241%, so let's maybe go back to, what is it, the bunny strap? We don't really need 170% to hit. God.
Switching to maintenance mode. Switching to maintenance mode.
Lowers EP usage. Oh, okay. Okay, before we get too far into this, because I think this is going to take up pretty much the whole rest of the stream, I'm going to take a quick break, make a snack if I'm hungry, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. I just absolutely housed a sandwich. Definitely don't have the hiccups because I ate it too fast. Don't know what you're talking about. And now we're here. We're alive and good to go. Okay. So we gotta pick up quests. Doesn't look like we have any quests here though.
Taking off now.
I guess they are optional quests, but
Why don't we see...
info leak. Some classified information got stolen. Before things blow up, I want you to get it back. Please keep this a secret from any Vern employees. I'll be waiting at the hotel lobby.
Interesting. So these are the sorts of odd jobs you take on.
Yeah, the requests are a little under the table in nature. They're hard to bring up to the guild.
Those are impressive results.
A, I mean B.
I'll gladly take that.
Nebulous. The Nebulous Arts Driver.
Modifying your orbment, are you?
Explode. So he's fire and earth. What if we change him to Nebulous?
Driver replaced. What's next?
Okay. We gotta go to Newtown
Let's be on our way.
and do this quest, but also I want to quickly... We'll go to Vern Arms. I think. Not what I meant to press.
You know what you want?
The luck shooter. Can I upgrade his luck shooter? Sure can. Sure shooting. Oh, the Orbital Factor was in the Artisanal District. Idiot. So we're gonna all right. Harrison. Oh, you got it. Sorry. Yo, Harrison, right? Van Arkwright, Arkwright Solutions. You got a 4 SPG for us? Oh, thank the goddess. I could really use your help. How so? Could you fill us in on the details? You're from Vern's Weapons Development Division, right? That's right. Wait a minute. Are you Katras Silesian? Hold on. Why is he here? Did I not specify that this was to be kept secret from the Institute? The request asks for secrecy from Vern employees, and not Institute of Science personnel. Anyway, Katra here ain't a researcher today. He's working with me, for reasons. We won't know how to help you if you don't tell us what the problem is. I feel like this might be related to Professor Callahan's situation. All right. But please keep this under wraps if CEO Towson hears about this. Oh, goddess help me. Can't promise that. Depends on the severity of your situation, but I can promise that I'll hear you out before making any moves. Getting that classified info is in our best interest at any rate. Anything beyond that, well, that's the Spriggan's jurisdiction. Ain't the kid awfully bossy? Fine, I can work with that. Just let me explain myself in full, please, and preferably in private. Well, there's no good way I can phrase this. I got caught in a honey trap. Oh, I've heard of those. They crop up in books and films. I guess life really does imitate art. Well, the way I see it, that ain't really a problem on its own. She leave you blue-balled and bankrupt, or what? Well, stop beating around the bush. The more we know, the sooner we can get cracking. I know, late last night, I'd just gotten off my shift at work. I had with me a briefcase that had classified documents in it, as discussed earlier. That was when I bumped into her, a hostess. Then she fell out with a regular customer she was fond of. She looked awful. Then one thing led to another, and we, well, drank together at Hotel Ingress. Yeah. What did you lead to? Spit some more at us, why don't you? That's enough. Do I really need to go into more detail? Down, Aaron. You snide little quips aren't helping. What happened afterward? I don't remember, honestly. I couldn't keep my eyes open. When I came to, I was already the next morning. By then, she was long gone, and she'd taken the briefcase with her. I panicked. Heard about 4 SPG requests, so I sent one in to try and save face. Huh. Bring classified materials to your romantic tryst is rash, to say the least. I know. Just with security clearance and all, I figured it would be safe. Indeed, the security card system has made outside attempts at data breaches difficult. Perhaps that was what led them to target an insider like yourself. So you'll take it? You'll take this, right? We have to have fast, or that briefcase is good as gone. What do we do, Van? Brain Chaos? Sign me up! I want alternate mayors, please. Alright, we'll take it. Ooh, thank you so much. I can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you, Van. Can't overlook this myself. So just to make sure, you contacted the hotel and asked if they still have it? You might have just left it at the bar or somewhere. They have a lost and found for those sorts of things, I believe. Actually, that's a good point. I was so panicked that I just assumed it was stolen. Let's set up the hotel first, then. They have it, case closed. Might not even charge you for that one. But if it was stolen, then we're on the case. Right, that's fine by me. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, but we don't have anything of that description. We ask our guests to return any missing items they found, but we haven't seen nor heard of the briefcase. Housekeeping has cleaned your room already, but they didn't find anything there either. Well, great. Does sound like it was stolen then. That brings us to our mystery woman. By the by, did you happen to see a hostess or hostess-esque woman leaving the hotel yesterday morning? Hostess? No, not that I can recall. Gee, very odd. Could she have gone in that time? Anybody in general leave around that time then? Yes, actually. There was a researcher who rushed out of the hotel that morning. She looked like she was in a hurry. Did she? Yeah, she did. She might have had a case with her. Researcher? You know, now that I think about it, she was really sharp. She knew far more about engineering than the layman should. I had been talking to her about my job, and she was asking me really in-depth questions about tech I brought up. Well, it sounds like her hostess gig's BS, and the scientist act too. Yeah, she knows more than she lets on. That puts your honey trap theory back on the table. That means the hunt's on. We'll handle the investigation from here. I think we got enough to go on now. Right. Thank you ever so much. We have a general idea of who the suspect is. Now how do we find her? Process of elimination, I'm thinking. We can try to figure out where she couldn't be. Let's go over the briefcase before that. First step here would be figuring out a motive. What was in there and why was she after it? That's classified info, so I'm sure I don't need to remind you. But yet, well, yeah, we do need to know. Van, can I trust you? Trust is everything in this line of work. Your secrets are safe with us, promise. All right, Harrison, if you fill us in. Okay, fine. So the blueprints for a new orbital gun, plus some other design documents. The military is planning to adopt them soon, so we've been getting our parts and assembly pipelines ready. Those design docs were to fall into foreign hands. Yes, that would be a problem. Does explain why its contents are highly classified. Well, hopefully it doesn't come to that. But if they do get the docs, making the actual gun wouldn't be so easy. Uses some very rare, very complicated metal alloys. As far as I'm aware, only Basel has the custom-made machining tools required to work with them. Said the thief was well-versed in engineering. She might realize she needs those alloys when she starts reading the documents. Could she still be in the city then, trying to procure some alloys for herself? You can't just work with them by hand. Alloys are useless without those special tools. You can't buy them from the Vern store unless you show them your certification card. So even if she knew she needed the alloys, she wouldn't be able to use them. She didn't steal your certification card, dude, did she? She shouldn't have, oh no. Yep. Are you kidding me? Not my certification card too? Oh no. Yep, figured as much. She already had you wrapped around her finger. Bet you she even went to the Vern store with it. Let's head over there and ask around. You just sit tight till we finish this investigation. We'll keep you posted. Okay, good luck. All right. To the Vern store. What's up? Welcome to, well, always good to see you, Institute folks. What can I do you for? Well, yes, hello. We have a question. Did a female researcher come by the store this morning? Yeah, somebody came by earlier today. Looked like a researcher to me. She was a real looker. Remember that much. She dropped by right after we opened. Hey, did she buy anything? Did, yeah. She asked for some metal alloy machining tools. It's a bit of a strange ask, but she had her certification card, so yeah, I went ahead and got those for her. She also asked where she could get the metal alloys themselves. Maybe she needed them for a project or something? Anyway, I told her they might be able to help her over at gift cards. That's where our little fox ran off to. We best hurry. Thanks for the info. And gift cards. It's really nice being able to warp everywhere. Fantastic. Ah! It does come with a lot of slots open, so that's really good. So we can work with that now. Okay, so if he's going time and wind for the most part, give him like a big heal, because we'll probably throw like a wind burst on him. Regulus Caliber. Whoa. Whoa. Let's just throw Regulus Caliber in there because we might need fire, and that's an element we don't really have. We go over to her. Yeah, we have some wind, which actually I will remove. Let's take Umbra Cracker just to have Earth. Why is this one blacked out? Yeah. So let's take a second. Let's freeze his garbage. Line 2 is fine. So he's really Earth stuff. But we have him with wind.
Skill set updated. That's a single element slot.
Oh.
Skill set updated. That's a single element slot. That's a single skill set updated.
Wind. What was the other one that we have? Wind and time. So that's perfect. What if I go with Stellar Birds?
That's a single element slot.
Oh, does a single element slot double it? That's kind of wild.
Skill set updated. That's a single element slot. Skill set updated.
Okay.
Skill set updated.
Stellarverse, Airyverse. Yeah, we'll give him mystical start too. That's fine for now. Okay.
See you again. No need to see you again. No need to be shy now.
Conundrum ring. Okay. Got it. Got it. Okay, now we can talk to him. Well, if it isn't Katra, what's got you looking so serious? I had a quick question for you, if you don't mind. You had a woman from the Institute come by and looking for metal alloys? Oh, it's like you saw it happen. We had someone like that come by just a bit ago. She had a valid card, so I went ahead and sold her the alloys she wanted. Did I not have? Nah, don't sweat it. We just needed to talk with her about something. See, well, guess that's fair. Oh, now that you mention it, actually. She said something about heading off for Liberl after she was done with her business here in Basel. If I had to guess, she's probably made for Rouge Canyon. Thing is, she was driving some pretty sporty Etoise make. You probably couldn't catch her if you tried. That gives us a good idea of where she is, at any rate. Thank you. Should we head over to the canyon then? I mean, it's not like we can catch her if we do. You heard the man. Nope, northeast is where we're heading. Why? That's the complete opposite direction. Think about it. We're dealing with somebody who's making off with classified info and trying to shake cops off her tail. Why would she just tell some rando where she's going? She ain't gonna leave a trail like that. Makes sense, but why would she tell Eugen she was going to Liberl? To deceive him, I suspect. She may very well have known she's being followed. Having stolen top secret intel, she's likely trying to throw the authorities off her trail. That does make sense. It's exactly what a criminal would do. Figure with Van then. We head for the highway toward Edith. Yep, once we're back in Newtown, we can hop on my car and hunt him down. So, back to Newtown.
I guess we're off. I see.
Up in, gang, we're taking the truck. Need to catch her before it's too late. Pursue the researcher. Well, she's a comfy ride, right? It's comfortable, yes, but I don't think now is the time to be discussing that. Hurry, please. We have to make sure that classified information doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Yeah. I think that's the car. Looks like she's about to stop. Gonna pull over too, so get ready. Yes, I've left Basel with the documents in hand. I also procured the special tools and alloys, even if it was outside the scope of the mission. But that aside, everything has gone according to plan. I will have to let you go for a moment. I'll call you back shortly. I believe we found our perpetrator. This is the honey trap girl? Yeah, I'd hit that. Oh dear, I thought my little ruse would have bought me more time. You do not appear to be associated with the police or Marduk. Perhaps you might be interested in negotiating? I can offer you a substantial reward if you let me go. Tempting, but nah. Normally I'd be up for a little wheeling and dealing, but I got a pair of scrutinizing eyes on me. Afraid you're just gonna have to hand over the case. Exactly what you have done had I not tagged along. Oh my, a researcher from the Institute is here too? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but the case stays with me. I'll give you two options. Go back to Basel empty-handed, or return in body bag. Never agreed to your term. I concur. We instead up for a third option. Fight. That horrible gun design looks eerily familiar. It must be. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. You had monsters this whole time? Someone came prepared. Not like it'll make any difference, though. We'll make a mincemeat out of them in seconds flat. I don't have boost. I don't have boost. This is so awkward.
I will address you all at once.
That was a lot of misses. That's a really big shame. No, my attack. It went down.
can't slip by. Energy output at maximum. Activating skill. Boost gauge limit broken.
Here's our chance! This'll do the trick.
Hey guys.
Locking on. Fire!
Oh, he's got Fragorok. Oh my god, he has Fragorok. Fine, reach level 3. No way, how could I possibly have lost? Checkmate, now give up the goods. While you're at it, answer me this. What organization do you belong to? Who hired you? I can answer that in her stead. I recognize that particular gun model. She's likely associated with Zect Arms. You mean that new weapons manufacturer? If I'm remembering things right, their name started making the rounds during the war with the Empire. Correct, they're similar to Marduk in some respects, although they are not nearly as large an enterprise. Their ambitions for weapons development, however, are quite ferocious. They've been aggressive with expanding their market share of late. Now they're sending out spies to do the dirty work? Damn, that's low. Can't say I disagree. Stealing technology from competitors is hardly an ethical business practice. Now then, suppose we better get this stuff back to our client. Should also take her back with us. Could you restrain her for me, Farida? On it. Yes, this looks all right. Thank the goddess it's all still here. Thank you so much for getting the briefcase back. That's a relief. Is this case closed then? Well, no. It looks like they broke into it. You knew to procure the right alloys and the tools, so I think she probably got to read the documents. Information itself has likely reached Zek Arms already. How they plan to utilize that information, I'm not sure. But simply having the Republic schematics will give them an advantage in their own research and development. This is bad. Really bad. There has to be something we can do to stop that, but what? Another card we can play, but you might not like it. We can bring in some groups to help us out, but then, well, they'll know. The matter concerns more than just you now. There are far-reaching industrial secrets at stake. It would be in your best interest to swallow your pride and consult the authorities. All right, fine. The company can know. What's your plan? Well, if we want to stay on good terms with the boys in blue, then we should probably bring this to Vern and let them work with the police themselves. The whole thing will be blown wide open at that point, but the client made his bed there. At least it'll stop the intel from spreading. Or we can call some friends in other places. We hit up the second lieutenant, and the CID will have this snuffed out in no time. I think they'll be happy with an industrial spy as down payment. Eh? So we can leave it to Vern or tip off the CID. I'm going to tip off the CID. Because I want great points. Let's give the CID a call. Second lieutenant just happens to be in the area. She should be able to cover it. CID, why go all the way up to them? Wouldn't the police be better suited for local investigations? Nah, the police can't do much about the big picture. This will really throw a wrench in her plans. Better or worse, the police stick to the letter of the law. CID, they don't really answer to anything. Justice is blind, and they've got eyes everywhere. Zect Arms as a whole group ain't going anywhere once they're done with this perp. Well, that should be fine then. We'll contact the CID if it's all the same to you. Yeah, I don't really have a choice. I need to bite this bullet and confess. And it's settled. Rosette, can you call up the CID? Certainly. Before long, Second Lieutenant Kayla, I keep wanting to say Kyla, because I know a character that's written that way. The name is spelled that way, but it said Kyla. Her CID accompaniment arrived at the scene. Spy was taken to CID custody, followed shortly by cutthroat negotiations with Zect Arms. Client did ultimately confess to his error. However, because he nonetheless helped the CID to pretend the spy, they conveniently expunged his name from their report to the Vern Company. Seriously, I can't thank you guys enough. Without your help, that briefcase would have done some serious damage in the wild. I think it's probably for the best that we consulted the CID as much as I didn't want to. Yeah, sucks that we couldn't honor the original request, but Now that we got brownie points with the CID, you still got a clean sheet. Yeah, feel a bit guilty getting off scot-free, but, well, I can't complain about that, can I? Thank you for concocting such an airtight plan. Need to excuse myself for a minute now. They'd like to question me. Best of luck.
That's one job behind us.
Reward deposited.
Come on, I'm so close. All right, well, looks like we're going to the Institute. Institute. Oh, there's a board. Pardon me for making this request when I know you're rather busy, but we'd like your help gathering materials to make a certain painkiller. I'll explain in Esmeralda's lab. I wasn't expecting Essie to have a request for us, though really she could have just told us in person. Guessing she just heard this is how we do things and rolled with it. I'll have to go talk to her later. Agreed, we really owe it to her. Alright. Let's go see Esmeralda. Whoop. How many doors do I have to fucking run through? Oh, hello everyone. I take it you saw our request? The one about gathering ingredients for that painkiller? Yeah, we got it. I get why the request said we now, too. Now that you mention it, it did. You two are working together on this, I take it? That's right, I don't think you've met him before, but everyone, this is Ray. Pleased to meet you. I'm a researcher from ZCF over in Liberl. Esmeralda gave me a call asking for some help with this new project of hers, so here I am. Just flew in this morning. Study biology, plants specifically. My most notable work would be the acerbic tomato. You ever heard of that? He's the guy who invented the acerbic tomato in the Sky Games? Oh my god! Yo, I remember this man. I don't blame you if it's flown under your radar, though. It hasn't really caught on in Calvard yet. I don't remember anything like that. I think I've seen it on occasion in some imported food stores. It's a really bitter tomato, isn't it? Had a few of those, I think. Acquired taste, to say the least. Here they're spread from Liberl to Crossbell to Erebonia as well. Tried them once or twice, but they ain't really my thing. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Acerbic tomatoes are about the exact opposite of sweet. I like them quite a bit, actually. So do I. They're the perfect pick-me-up when I feel myself nodding off. Glad I've got two people in my camp, at least. I ended up creating them by total accident in a greenhouse, if you could believe it. Imagine the shock and horror of my colleagues' faces when they unsuspectingly bit into one for the first time. Oh, I'll treasure those memories forever. That was the impetus for my biology research. I was just drifting along without specific focus before them, but those tomatoes saved me. Seems a little eccentric, doesn't he? Thought that was how all lab coat types operate. Well, to an extent, yes, but I'd say he makes the rest of us look normal. Wow, are they really that bitter? I kind of want to try one. Got it. So you're the botany guy, and Esmeralda's the bioengineering stuff. What led you two to work on a painkiller together, then? This seemed like a bit of a leap. Got that look on your face, Katra. You've worked it out, haven't you? Well, yes. Being your understudy clues me into these things. First, though, I think we should figure out whether or not we'll take this job before we dive into details. What's your call, Van? More law points. Bleh. Well, fine. I need the Spriggan rank. What do you need us to do? Thank you so much. Esmeralda is the project lead on this, for reference. I'm just helping out here and there. He'll fill you in on all the details. Let's go ahead and take it from the top. Working to develop bionic limbs for amputees, and these painkillers are an important step in the process. I had a hunch that was it. Bionic limbs, huh? Bioengineering indeed, that does sound up your alley. I know a lot of Jaegers use prosthetic arms and stuff. What does that have to do with painkillers, though? Would these artificial limbs link directly to the user's nerves? You know your stuff. Leave it to the Marduk representative to connect the dots. Flatter me, it's just a field I have a personal interest in. Traditional prosthetics rely on extrapolating movements from other muscles in the body. It's very awkward and inexact, and that limits their uses for practical applications. Bionic limbs don't have that problem, though. Yeah, that makes sense. That'd be the best way to put it. Put one in if you can figure out how. You hook them up to the nerves and the brain can just use them like real limbs. Right on the money. Sounds incredible. Yep, it's still mostly theoretical, though. Practical examples aren't really there yet. Still have a lot of issues to work out, and that's one of the big focuses in my department right now. And chief among those problems is how painful it is to have work done on your nerves. So that's what the painkiller's for. Exactly. Nerve work is an extremely painful procedure even after the attachment is finished. You're quite literally running a knife across your arm over and over again all throughout the process. That sounds awful. Can't you just use anesthetic like they do for surgeries? Not really. Anesthesia isn't meant for regular use. Your body really wouldn't appreciate you knocking it out over and over. That's why you need a painkiller for daily use with minimal side effects. You do know that painkillers are often made from plant extracts, which is where Ray's research comes in, I assume. Bingo! We might have found just the thing for our new painkiller. The luminous plant called Zemuria moss. The Septian Church uses it liberally for their own medicine. Hilda goes by soul moss in the East. Huh. I think Longkai gave me some of that when he made that salve for me. Pretty rare stuff, if I recall. For sure, you don't see it in the usual channels very often. Tried asking my colleagues to see if they had any, but I came up empty-handed, unfortunately. That's what led us to you. Got it. Sounds pretty straightforward. This ain't our home turf, though. I can't exactly call in any favors here. All my connections are back home. Well, you don't need to worry about sourcing it. We figured that out, that it grows naturally here. Back in Liberl, you can find it in Paldea limestone cave underneath the city of Zeiss. That cave has just the right humidity and proximity to the septium veins. We posited that it might grow in other caves that meet those criteria. So we looked around here and bingo, we managed to find one. In the deepest part of that metal mine Katra went into yesterday. Really? You'll be able to guide everyone then. To find the entrance in that open area when you rescued me yesterday. Well, that's convenient. Explains why you brought this to us and not the guild. Right, here's the key. I'll let you in. Perfect, thanks. Let's get going then. Be careful in there.
Well, we're on the clock now.
All right. To the rare metal mine. Midpoint.
Time to depart.
Okay. Oh, fuck. It's big. Here we go.
I've got this.
That's fucking cool.
The door appears to be locked.
Great, now we can keep moving.
It won't be for long. We have the key right here.
Let's make our way to the innermost depths for the Zemuria moss.
Activating skill.
Sucker.
Mr. Arkwright!
There! There!
Nice. That went great.
I owe you, Van.
I go with magic.
Let's get to work.
You've got a charge attack ready to go.
Come on! They clinched! There! I leveled up. Come on!
We can win right now. Battle done. Assembling.
Wow. Yeah, Vine just leveled up and it's already almost 4. If I'm going to be doing stuff on the map, like once Otis levels up, we'll switch back to Aaron.
Enemy sighted. Be careful. They clinched.
Keep your guard up. That's a big group. Energy output.
This'll do the
full
trick.
throttle.
I suggest we strike now.
I'll take care of them.
Here I go. To ground guard. Ben.
This'll hurt.
Aerial Buster! Up to you, Reset.
Activating drive. If you please.
Got it. Here's our chance.
Energy out. Initiating drive. Good luck.
Bleh.
Activating drive. If you please.
Oh, there's some damage.
Activating skill. No.
Nice. That went great.
Shall I prepare some sweets for you, Mr. Arkwright?
Bonk.
To you, Reset.
Activating skill.
Have some more. They're stunned.
There! They flinched! Got it!
Huh, looks like a chest.
Ooh. Oh.
You were
Oh.
activating maintenance mode.
24% crit. Who needs this? 74% crit.
5% boost gauge charging, good and done.
Yeah, we're pretty close, actually. I'll use the high speed mode just to move through here a little more rapidly.
Yeah! Engaging enemy! They flinched!
Now, let's finish the job.
Thanks as always, Theo.
You got a charge attack ready to go.
Yeah! They're stunned! Yeah! There! Yeah! There!
Battle done. Assembling data.
Yeah! Yeah! There! Yeah! There! Yeah! There!
All right.
Thanks a whole bunch, Theo. Zeros.
So, this is obviously the wrong way, so it's now the right way.
You got a charge attack ready to go.
This is it. Activate sharks.
Let's keep moving ahead.
Come on! They flinched.
We can win right now. Battle done. Assembling data. Oh my. Quite the reception. Now is the time to strike. That's a big group. I will address you. Activating. Boost gauge limit broken. Activating skill.
Optical cannon.
Wow, that does a lot of damage.
Oh, detect scratches look excellent.
You kicked some real tail, Catra.
Holocore level done.
Okay, so there's Otis leveling up.
Adjustment complete.
And now we can level up Posel as well. Ladoink.
I go with magic.
Let's get to work.
You got a charge attack ready to go.
Battle finished. We did exemplary work.
Now, let's finish the job. Go time.
Max skill. Boost gauge to hand.
Couldn't take your eyes off me, right?
You sure settled that score, Aaron.
All right. Well, there's gonna be a fight. Dollars to
This looks like a good spot to
fucking
rest.
donuts.
How relaxing.
I'm stuffed.
Plus ADF. The next is defense again. So I guess it goes like defense, ADF, strength, ATS, HP, ADF, defense, ATS. And then so 9 will be strength and 10 will be ATS. I would guess. No, ATS is 8. 9 is HP. No? 8 is ATS. I guess it's strength. It's either strength or HP or the last two. Big rock. I believe this is the innermost depths of the sealed area. Take a look at the surface of that boulder in the back. Glowing, it must be Zemirian moss. Looks so mysterious. Alright, let's grab some. For that. Approaching from above, be careful. Oh, there's pressure. We must be invading its territory. Yeah, stay focused, people. We're driving it back. That's a lot of damage.
Energy out, initiating drive.
Send you flying! Keep moving, Van!
Certain arts will work better.
Too slow! Up to you, Reset!
If you please.
You'll be sorry for that! There!
Donk.
Keep going!
Energy output at full throttle. Initiating drive.
Cobalt curtain.
This'll hurt.
Let's party! Over here! All for you! Stop right there! There!
If you please.
Okay.
Here I go. Don't mind me. Accessing. Initialize.
I won't lose.
Energy output at full throttle.
Initializing drive.
Keep moving, Van! Over here!
More hate.
All for you! There!
If you please.
Gale boost.
Stop right there!
Yeah.
Now it's my turn.
Going all in.
Activating drive.
I'm going. Initializing drive.
One skill coming right up.
Down!
Here's a little more.
Bolt in your course!
Here goes.
I won't let this chance slip by.
Armored bugbear, huh?
Here's a little more.
Dispatching shield.
I won't lose.
Max boost. One skill coming right up.
There! Here goes!
One skill coming right up. Boost gauge enhanced.
There! Bolt in your course!
Here I go. Activating skill.
Here's a little more.
Please. Activating skill.
Gotcha!
Nice. That was not too bad. Yeah. Basel reached 4. Phew. Glad that worked out. Very nice work, everyone. Time to grab the goods. This is Zemirian moss. Its pale glow makes it quite mysterious plant. Bet this is you'll go for a shit ton of mirror if we grab them by the root. They're important research materials, so please only take what you need. Just messing around. You're sure you were at least half serious. Not like I don't get where he's coming from. Anyway, that's job done. Let's head back to the research lab. Okay.
Taking off now.
Okay, there we go. This is what you're looking for, right? Yep, this is the stuff. Well, thank you so much. Now our research can go forward as planned. Can't let old George do all the work, can we? Be a colleague of yours at the Institute? Oh no, he's all the way over in Outer Bonia, actually. The student of Professor Schmidt, another one of the 3 disciples, and he's researching artificial limbs too. Bioengineering isn't his niche, but he's just a whiz at just about anything he puts his mind to. Well, I'm sure we'll never meet him. I'm sure he's an asshole. That part's true. A friend of his lost an arm a while back, and he's been working really hard on artificial limbs ever since. He's even published papers on them. I remember reading those papers. They were comprehensive, to say the least, not just theory, but design limits, materials, budgeting, everything. Truly a brilliant man. Quite well connected, I see, even outside your specific field. I happened to meet him when he visited ZCF to study a while back. We hit it off pretty well. Turns out we share a lot of friends ourselves. Plan to share this painkiller with him once we've finished developing it. We may come from different backgrounds, but we're both engineers working toward a common goal. The whole point of science, right? Aw, how sweet. It's the kind of thing among Jaegers, too. At the end of the day, work's work. Having some friendly competition never hurts. We'll try not to take any more of your time. Thank you so much for your help. Okay. That goes for you as well, Katra. Please try to do rest when you can. Same to you, Essie. Thanks, though. I'm glad we could help.
Well done, everyone.
We did it. More law. I remember seeing you yesterday. Were you looking to speak to Professor Cronkite? He just left, sorry. Shoot, we just missed him. He does seem to be spending a lot of time outside his lab lately. You wouldn't happen to know where he went, would you? We're looking into Callahan's disappearance. We thought he might know a thing or two about the guy. Not sure where he went, I'm afraid. If I had to guess, though, I think he's taking a quick break right now. There's a cafe he's taken to visiting lately. He usually heads out for a pick-me-up around this time. Oh, where is it? Well, that's a million-mayor question. The owner, Willie, roams around town all throughout the day. The cafe is never in one place for long. He just packs up and goes wherever his heart guides him. Professor has his pattern down to a science, though. I have no idea how he does it. Well, that's the place we visited yesterday. I do remember the guy saying some professor type stopped by a lot. Neither Essie nor I can make sense of the cafe's movements either. Well, process of elimination it is then. Let's start with where we saw it last. Maybe we'll run into somebody who saw him pack up, and then we just follow the trail from there. Heard from some students that he was over by the church in the artisanal district last night. Sounded like it was late enough that he would have called it a night instead of packing up and heading somewhere else. You have a lead then. We should ask if anyone in the area saw the cafe the following day. Yeah, let's head over to the church and see what's up. Okay. We got that exclamation point out of the way. We got 2 outside the building? I thought you would want to take some more time off. You still look awfully tired. Are you sure you're all right? Just don't want to cause everyone more trouble than I already have. I never expected Professor Callahan to just disappear like that either. Neither did I. I was shocked when I learned of it this morning. The police are investigating as we speak. Has to have been a kidnapping. He would never just vanish and leave his research on the table like that. Just can't believe it. I didn't want this. I hate what he did to me, but I never wanted it to end up like this. Hey there. Sorry to intrude, but you're Cindy then. Or you? Right. You're the Spriggan investigating his disappearance. Now I remember. That's me, yeah. Did you need something from me? We wanted to talk about the job we were working on. Can we talk in private for a sec? Their names was coming up a lot when we were looking into these harassment allegations here at the Institute. We got an anonymous tip to kick this whole thing off, so I just wanted to ask, were you the whistleblower? I'm sorry, but no. Wait, it wasn't you. Definitely not. This is the first I've heard about it. But I admit, he really was starting to wear me down. I started feeling like I should just leave the Institute entirely. Sometimes I wanted his research to crash and burn. Sometimes at night I wish I would disappear. I can't go in public with this. He's such an incredible scientist. I couldn't bear to ruin his whole career over this. See, I wonder who a client could have been then. Good question. We did get a couple of hints from yesterday's questioning. Let's start with those. I may be barking up the wrong tree, but have you met a man called Astor? He's another one of my colleagues. I saw him this morning's meeting. He was mumbling to himself throughout the meeting. Made me kind of curious. I think I heard him say they took it. If they get the evidence, he's done. That's my first time hearing his name. They took it could very well mean us taking his job off our bulletin board. He might be onto something there. Could you tell us where we might find him? He mentioned that he was doing his work on a sofa today, since the lab is out of commission. Probably still somewhere in the institute, but I couldn't tell you where specifically. Got it. Thanks for the info. Please think nothing of it. I hope the professor's okay. The harassment is one thing, but his disappearance has everyone shaken. And I hope I can bounce back from all this. I know it's been a tough on everybody while I was away. Find Aster, give him my regards.
Double
All right.
checking your plans?
He's over there. This theory could greatly simplify the equations we're using. We'll have to test that out in the lab. Or wait, no, I forgot. It's a total mess right now. I have to wait till it's cleared up. Need to do the professor proud. I can't screw this up. You asked her? Cindy told us about you. And who are you, if I may ask? We're from Argrad Solutions. Guy put out a request on our bulletin board yesterday, and we're looking into their case. It's them. Wasn't expecting you to seek me out in person. I did find you out that you took the job, though, and that you talked to the professor directly. Saw you leaving his room yesterday. Well, that saves me the rundown. Sorry if it's not what you wanted us to do. The way you wrote the request made it sound like you wanted him to stop, instead of just trying to bring legal action against him. That's right, very perceptive of you. Kudos. You mind telling me what he said? Not at all. Yeah, I had a feeling he'd do that. I completely agree, his behavior was reprehensible. We tried to explain that to him, but he just wouldn't listen. Nothing worked. Of course, that's all on the back burner now. Yeah, one look at this lab and you can tell how oppressive it is. I'm really worried for him. It's gotten so bad that I actually considered going public with this. Just too much to bear. Well, not right now, I won't. His safety takes priority. So it's not just revenge, is it? You sound as if there's more to it. Absolutely. I never met a more talented or passionate man than Professor Callahan. Who he is as a person doesn't change who he is as a scientist. He's one of the greatest minds of our generation. I still respect him, but all the same, I hate how he betrayed me. Put a lot of your weight. Hold on, back up a bit. What do you mean betrayed? Above this abuse, above all else, Callahan betrayed my feelings. Every time I see the professor with him, it makes my blood boil. There's a bunch of work behind our backs, and he goes scurrying around town on a whim. Why? Am I not good enough for you, Professor? Why didn't you just toss me to the wayside like that? I'm sorry, I'm ranting. No, it's quite alright. Sounds like Aster had a much more complicated relationship with Professor Callahan. One guy yesterday said that some of the professor's assistants were acting real weird lately. He put that down to stress. This is definitely news to us. We're working on another job, actually. They want us to try and find him. If you know anything about where he might have gone, will you mind sharing it with us? You're looking for him? Of course. I like to think I know him pretty well. I don't like letting him out of my sight for even a second. Could you tell us this individual he meets with, then? I don't know his name, but I know he's not from the Institute. He doesn't dress like it anyway. He's real cushy with the professor now. I've never gotten a good look at his face, so I only ever see him at night. He goes out of town a lot. Do you know where? Yeah, the old outdoor experiment complex. You're familiar with it, right, Katra? Right, that building on the outskirts of the canyon. That does sound weird. What on earth is he doing out there? Wish I knew. All I know is that he would head out there with that strange friend of his. Just don't understand why he's gallivanting off with some other man when he has me. Well, thanks for the info. That's a really big help. Glad to hear that. Please bring him back safely for me.
All in a day's work.
We did it.
Love to see it.
Reward deposited.
I really didn't hit 3 on Gray yet? Okay.
On my way.
Let's go track down a coffee truck. Nadir said that Willie was here until late last night, but there's no trace of him left. I guess it only makes sense that he'd moved by now. Hey, you guys looking for Willie's Cafe? You could say that, yeah. I was eating at his place when he was here last night. After I finished my meal, he closed up shop and went off toward Newtown. I had to guess he's probably over there today, or close to it. You can never be sure with him. He's guy's a real free bird, but as good as Good a guess as any. Gotcha. Now that you mention it, he was over there this time yesterday, too. Sucks he doesn't stick to his schedule. Maybe he does have a pattern. Might also find people who have seen the cafe more recently. This is our most probable lead, so I recommend we take a look. Oh, I just totally spaced and was just tapping A. Sounds good. Let's head over to the hotel where we saw him yesterday. Then we can go from there. Thanks for the help, man. No problem. Not sure what you're tracking him down for, but best of luck regardless.
Let's get going.
I wasn't expecting much, but oh well. How I wanted to spend my day, going on a wild goose chase on the clock. The food here is so good, it just sucks that it's so hard to track this place down. I was lucky to catch him before he moved. Alright, now I'm feeling energized. Time to get cracking. X marks the spot. Excuse me, you got a sec? Oh, you guys are looking into those harassment claims, right? Got in touch with a friend of mine for the first time in a while. She works with the Institute. Need me to set you two up? No, this is something different. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. We're just looking for something. The Roman Cafe was just around here, right? Oh, Willie's. Yeah, he was parked here until 10 minutes ago. Guess he's quicker on his feet today for whatever reason. As soon as I got done eating, he packed up and left. He was headed for the artisanal district. Great, the old runaround. We sure this wild goose chase is worth it? They can't have gone very far yet. Sometimes he even changes his mind and stops right in his tracks. Really does go over wherever his heart wanders. Well, we know where to look. Catch him before he strays too far.
The arrow trails are just awesome.
Oh, here's that he's right here on the bridge. Cronkite! Yang! Finally found you.
Catra, and that group with the Spriggan, correct? I expected you might be coming to find me soon.
Strange how the man we just so happened to casually run into twice already is doing such incredible work for the Republican Army. Yeah, he's developing weapons like those big humanoid things, right? Correct, he's quite a known figure within Marduk. Pleasure seeing you again. It's a real honor that such an esteemed professor remembers folks like us. Since you do, I imagine you got a pretty good idea of why we're here.
I do, considering your position in recent events. Professor Callahan truly has left me in quite a predicament. His ties to the instability of the Orbital Network and its distribution, as well as the Mafia, were unfortunate enough on their own. But now here you are, dragging me into it.
How did you know all of that? Get all that from the CEO?
No, the logic is simple enough. One need only link the subject of his research to the timing of the city's recent dilemmas for the pieces to fall into place. There is also that vast sum of money he received from an unknown source and various inexplicable phenomena to consider. It all shares a lot in common with those perplexing incidents that have taken place across the Republic the past few months. The ones related to Almada and their ever-expanding influence. Now, am I wrong?
Whoa. I'm amazed you could connect the dots so precisely. We have all we... Right. It's a researcher's duty to substantiate working theory by accumulating proof. Any conclusion that skips over this process holds no value.
As I've so often told you, ultimately, you must arrive at your own conclusion as a fellow researcher. Though I would not be against offering you my guidance as I did when you completed Fio and Zeros. I shall be on my way then. I have much research that requires my attention.
This guy's a pain in the ass. Here I thought he was going to be our next lead. Do you mind, Agnes? No, I understand. Just a minute, please. Researchers don't work all on their own to find answers, right? Wisdom they gain is built on the research and papers of people who came before them.
True. I cannot deny that. And?
I was just thinking we can exchange info, make a deal. You happen to have something that pertains to those inexplicable phenomena you brought up. You'd be open to giving us a little more of your time. I think we and that something could make it worth your while.
Oh?
Is it the Genesis?
Very well then. I'm intrigued. I'd like to see this something that relates to all the incidents taking place across the Republic. This puzzle piece that appears neither to be an artifact nor the singularity from a year and a half ago. Well, where is it?
Wow. I see now. Analyze this device for us, Katra. Can I touch it? Yes, of course. Judging by the way it's aged, I wouldn't even say it's anywhere close to being a century old, so it's definitely not an artifact. All these buttons and indicators on the front look obtuse at first, but it's all organized and looks to serve a clear purpose. From my perspective, it resembles the more original generation of orbments back when they were based off clocks. Significantly more complex than any of those, however. This here is the work of a genius. Wait, could this have been made by... Commendable effort. It is one of the experimental devices that my own master was involved in developing, leading to the establishment of orbment technology. One of the 8 orbment prototypes developed by Professor C. Epstein. They're called the 8 Geneses. I was not aware they were still in existence. Can't believe I'm touching an orbment designed by Professor Epstein. How did you come to have something like this, Agnes? Sorry, but we're gonna have to stay tight-lipped on that one, even if you are connected to one of the 3 disciples. Like we said before showing it to you, we're counting on you guys to keep their existence a secret. I will be true to my word, and it does help me understand what you're doing here in Basel now. Now, it's time I compensated you for what you have shown us. You wanted to know about Professor Callahan's research, correct? Yeah, we heard he was the one who developed the weaponry that's being used by Calvert at this moment. So whatever he's trying to develop right now has to do with military tech, too. You are indeed correct regarding what he achieved, but he is a researcher of engineering science first and foremost. In a sense, he's currently grappling with one of the field's most difficult challenges. The realization of a certain thought experiment and the use of physical phenomenon involved as weapons. What's a thought experiment? Oh, couldn't be. Yes, it doesn't surprise me that at least someone from Marduk would have heard of that to which I am referring. That is a very hard sentence to say for some reason. Of course, the existence of such weapons is purely theoretical. It is impossible to create them using modern technology. Not without a discovery so groundbreaking that it fundamentally upends what is possible. Well then, I have said all that I intend to, and now I must return to work. Hey, I'm not following any of this. I don't believe in discussing the research of others at length publicly until it has been published. I've given you all the information that the antique you showed me justifies. Katra will enlighten you on the rest, I'm sure. That's where he draws the line as a researcher, huh? This is very like him. Were you able to pick up where he left off? Yeah, what's this thought experiment he was talking about? Well...
I remember hearing about this from Professors Callahan and Hamilton a long time ago. About a theoretical form of tech in which the smallest units of matter would create a fusion reaction, producing a massive amount of energy. Such diabolical weapons cannot be created, but if they could, the consequences could be unthinkable. They're often referred to as nuclear weapons.
What an ominous idea. Barely understand your explanation, but hearing it sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, you could say that again. Your existence is purely theoretical. No one has ever come close to creating such a thing. The predictive simulations that Marduk runs state their probability of being realized anytime soon is extremely low. Parallel distributed computing alone isn't going to be enough to get over the insurmountable hurdles that stand in its way. Agreed, even if whatever was at work behind the scenes in Crossbell a year and a half ago was the one involved. Professor Callahan would know all of this too, so if it really is still trying, that makes it even harder to guess where it could be. But we still have to find him, whatever it takes. Phew, that was a lot to take in. Still trying to process it all myself. I can hardly believe Professor Callahan is attempting to develop nuclear weapons. Chances of succeeding are slim to none, but we can't discount the possibility that he'll make another dangerous invention along the way. And we can't let something like that fall into Almada's hands. We'll need some clues if we want to stop them, though. And that outdoor experiment complex in the canyon is the best lead we have. If he's been frequenting that place, there's a decent chance he'll have left something incriminating behind. Okay. So we're not gonna get through all this stuff today, but we're gonna try. Well, we're standing around here for then. Let's get our asses over there and get the jump on him. We'll bag that son of a bitch in a jiff and leave the cops, guilds, and CID's jaws on the floor. Solid course of action. We should make our way over there as soon as we are ready. Sounds like a plan. To let my classmates know what's going on. Oh, let me just rest.
Do you know what you want?
I want a nap.
Time to depart.
Here we are. Keep your eyes peeled. Got it. Think about it, that's the first time we ever got to drive somewhere as a group. Now that you mention it, you're right. The truck is much more comfortable now, too. Hey, you've clearly done more than just expand the vehicle's capacity, huh? Must have spent quite a lot of time in Mirror customizing it. You can tell? Yeah, the suspension is the main thing. Nope, not interested. Anyway, we came here, but... I almost forgot you were here last night. Wasn't that because of resets? It's quite alright. I'm sure Mr. Silesian is well aware. You're talking about that Marduk satellite? Yeah, I know about it. You were the one communicating with it then. My apologies, I didn't intend to disturb your stargazing. Don't worry about it. It's bothered me before, but we all need support. We can need all the support we can get right now. Look, Fio and Zeros are here to help. Huh, so the Robo-Mutt's here to hang out too? Good for ground combat, right? Can see him being a big asset here. Oh, without a doubt. We're going to explore the canyon. Fio. We're going to explore the canyon, Fio, and I want you to remain vigilant of our surroundings, Zeros. Understood, Katra? Pork. Our destination is the outdoor experiment complex at the other end of this road, right? That's right, but we're sure to run into monsters on the way. Let's be careful. Alright. Procyon Fang.
Let's get to work. Come on!
You got a charge ready to go.
Leave this to me.
Here goes. We all in one piece?
Now we're tough. That one looks tough.
Beginning combat. You got a charge attack ready to go. I'll handle this. No!
Go time!
Mr. Will coming right up.
Some of this!
I won't let this chance slip by.
Gotcha!
Mr. Armstrong! No!
I won't let this chance
Activating skill.
Sucker!
Mr. Armstrong!
Go, Katra!
Now's your chance to boost.
Satellite jump!
Thanks, Go time!
Nice. Moving on up.
White heal to innocent heal. Alright.
Threat level high. Be extremely cautious.
Let's get to work!
You've got a charge attack ready to go.
They're stuck. Roll in.
Activating skill.
Too slow!
Bam!
Activating skill.
Here's a little more.
Make it count, Aaron!
There!
I won't let this chance slip by.
Too slow!
Mr. Armstrong! Activating skill.
Here's a little more. Here's our chance.
Activating skill.
Reset!
Too slow! It's go time!
Mr. Will coming right up.
Keep moving!
moving, Van. There.
I think I've grown a little.
Treasure located. Upgraded.
Burn 2.
Beginning combat.
Yeah.
You've got a charge attack ready to go.
I'm all in. Let's finish the job.
Energy output at full throttle. Initiating drive.
Make it count, Aaron. Sucker.
All right. Big ol' plasma sphere. Oh, well, bye.
Couldn't take your eyes off me, right?
That wasn't half bad, Aaron.
All right. That part of the map's all good.
Boost gauge charging, good and done. Switching to maintenance mode.
Yeah, we need 19,000. We've gained 10,000. We need 19,000 to level it up again. Final level.
Maintenance mode engaged.
300.
Activating maintenance mode.
We don't really have any physical damage now.
Let's get to work.
You've got a charge attack ready to go. We can win right now. I'll handle this. Activating skill.
On yes. Have some more.
There we go.
Wait, Van's attack is higher.
That went great.
Pretty hot shit, Van.
That's funny. Van doesn't do nearly as much damage. Oh,
Deploying shards. I've got your back. Use a shard boost to get the upper hand. Keep it up. It's working.
let's see what this is. Oh,
Don't screw with me.
Might want a boost here. Max, one skill coming right up.
Sucker. You got this, on yes.
Activating skill.
Too slow.
I won't lose.
I'll take you on. There.
Too slow.
Aaron. One skill coming right up.
Here's a little more.
Here goes.
One skill. Boost gauge enhance.
Keep moving, Van.
Activating skill.
Gotcha. Go, Catra.
This'll do the trick.
all right. We'll heal up.
Thanks, I'll take that.
Bring it on.
A chance.
Too slow. You'll be sorry for that.
Sucker.
Get going, kiddo.
We need help.
You saved
Thanks, I'll take that.
a chance.
A chance.
Use a sharp
Eat
boost
this.
to get the upper
Keep
hand.
moving, Van.
You'll pay for that.
They're too slow.
Make it count, Aaron. Have some more.
Well,
What'd you expect?
Hey, Vine reached 4. Nice. Nice work, you two. Same to you, Katra. The dog of yours is a hell of a beast, huh? He's just as tough as any military monster I've ever seen. His support is proving a valuable asset on the battle, too. Thanks, though I wasn't the only one who made them. I had the rest of my family's help. Life was so much fun in those days. The professor was still in Basel, Yang and Essie were around, Supervisor Giscard was always there to support us, and Professor Callahan was so nice to everyone, too. Katra. Professor Hamilton left the Republic roughly 2.5 years ago to assist with the environmental issues in the East, correct? Yeah, she did the right thing for the future of Zemuria, but a lot has changed for the worse here since then. You would say Yang is the greatest mind to be born since her own teacher, and that's made clear with his weapon development work for the government. Now he shifted focus to some other mystery project that I'm sure will be incredible. Essie's mostly focused on developing new technology in the field of medicine now. She's always been one for getting lost in her own world. Professor Callahan was the top engineer in his generation, but he ended up getting surpassed by Professor Cronkite. Which is what eventually led to our own current mess. Yeah, I promised Gran I'd take care of things in her absence, but I haven't done a good job at all. I don't know how I'm gonna face her when she comes back. I'm sorry. Just forget I said anything. By Gran, you mean Professor Hamilton, right? Try and come across as a big man, but you're just Grammy's boy at the end of the day, huh? I wouldn't go that far. She's family, so I care about her a lot, that's all. She, Yang, and Essie might not be my family by blood, but they are in every other sense. Anyway, this isn't any place to be standing around flapping our jaws. Let's move on. See? Oh, I have to get down. Okay, guys.
This could get tricky with so many.
Come on!
Beginning combat.
Huh, looks like a chest.
Keep your guard up. That's a big group. Now's your chance to boost. Good luck.
I'll crush them all at once!
Max boost. One skill right up. Boost gauge enhanced.
Get going, kiddo!
Activating skill.
Gotcha!
Good. Hopefully I got some nice data.
That was flawless, Katra. Boost gauge charging, good and done.
Okay.
That looks like a nice chest.
Defense 3. I already have one, but... Alright, let's get back on the move.
Look out for ranged attacks. Beginning combat. You've got a charge attack ready to go.
This is it! Pulls in and kicks some ass!
Battle done. Assembling data.
Thanks for the grub.
Okay. Try and use these lower rank things just to get the points. 1 and 2 heal up. Okay. Another fight.
Deploying shards. I've got your back. Now's your chance to boost. Petra!
Come here! I need you! Aaron!
One skill, right up. Boost gauge enhanced.
My move now. This'll hurt.
Activating skill.
I'll dice you up!
All you on, yes.
On yes!
I won't lose.
Bonk.
Here's a little more.
Go time!
Let's go. Coming right up.
Sucker!
Right. Going in the right direction here, aren't we? As far as I remember, yeah, we've been out here before, but not many times. No reaction from it at all? Not even a little, no. Just gonna have to keep pressing on then. You're talking about the Genesis that you showed us earlier? Yes, we have reason to believe the Genesi are somewhat connected to what's happening here. Really wish I knew a bit more about them. How did you even end up with something belonging to Professor Epstein? Well, Agnes gave Katra a bit of brief summary of her background and all the crises the Genesis had caused thus far. So you're Professor Epstein's great-granddaughter. You know, I do remember hearing from Professor Hamilton that he had an adopted daughter who went missing. That would be my grandmother, yes. She passed when I was younger, however. Those words at the end of Professor Epstein's diary certainly are worrying, as is all the trouble you say they've caused. Even if Professor Epstein did make them, I can't believe how much they seem capable of. Still don't know what they'll be used for here in Basel either. Even if we assume that they are involved here, we still don't know how they'll tie into what's happening. Yeah, and there doesn't seem to be a clear pattern we can deduce from all the other cases to guide us. Actually, I might as well ask, you don't think having something like that would let them develop impossible tech, right? No, it's highly unlikely. There are exceptions, like whatever happened a year and a half ago, which I don't know much about, I'll admit. But that was a very special case. None of the technology that was used back then has been used since. Technology is almost always developed in a clear, progressive manner without any large gaps or sudden leaps. How do you explain the orbital revolution, then? I believe those devices then were only used to learn how orbital phenomena worked, as well as to learn how to apply those phenomena elsewhere. They didn't create new technology from scratch so much more as improve the development environment and enable it to become what it was, which in itself was a significant... That may be what we're dealing with. You can't create new technology out of nowhere like magic. However, if you can somehow create a development environment that defies common sense, it's all falling into place now. Exactly. Sounds like we haven't got time to waste. If they end up with nuclear weapons, that's gonna be what you might call bad.
I detect treasure.
Curia Bomb S tablet. I have not used a single Curia Bomb yet. So I have to go backwards a little bit to grab this item.
Enemy sighted.
I don't really care about these guys. Like, whatever. I'll grab it. We'll get them on the way out. Yellow metal. Oh, these guys are super weak. They just defeated 1,000 or more enemies. Amalthea. Arts damage increase when HP is lower. Okay.
That's what you get.
Yeah! Come on!
We can win right now. This.
They're stunned.
Energy output at full throttle.
Initializing drive.
It's go time! There!
Gotcha! Here goes.
This'll do the trick.
Energy output at full throttle.
All right.
I don't think that.
Oh, these figures look excellent.
You kicked some real tail, Catra.
Yeah! This is it. Activate charge. I'm all in.
Energy output at full throttle.
we go. Get the triple kill probably with this spell. Nope.
You picked the wrong
Looks
guy
like
to
a nice chest. You're a true professional, Van.
You're all balm. So, looks like we pretty much got everything.
Bet we can rest there.
How relaxing.
Sure, give me a minute.
Wild parfait.
I was born to make this.
Spicy curry bun we already have. Croque monsieur.
It would be my pleasure.
Oh man, croque monsieur
Help yourself.
and croque madame. Mmm, that is some good eats, my bro, my dude. That is delicious. There it is. Looks so dilapidated. The perfect place to conduct field research for the natural sciences, though. I get what you mean, but it sure doesn't look like there's cutting-edge research being done in it. I can see some relatively recent footprints and tracks on the ground, so if nothing else, it certainly has been in use. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that professor was being held hostage here. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Oh, we've got our mid-boss. Roa Giriam. Griam. Giant avian monster. Looks like a giant Griam. Griam. Be careful. This area must be its turf. Time to take it out. Back me up, Theo, Zeros. Understood, Katra. Wolf. Water and fire, and it resists wind. Oh, Pluto's Nova.
Some arts work by initiating drive.
Little Jabril guard. Wow, that looks like it should have done more than 3,900 damage, but you know.
That's far enough.
What do I know? That was really cool looking. I'm sad though, because it sucked. Ow. Alright, once I get back to Reen, I'm gonna switch out to Rosette. So that I can use the Cobalt Curtain. Love how many times my chat is disconnected today. Okay.
That's far enough.
Oh, we can use Regulus Caliber.
Let's party.
Activating drive. Max boost. Initiating drive. Catch up.
Come on, that's got to do some damage. Okay, insight. Resistance.
Go time! Here's our chance. Theo, we need help.
I'll take that.
Reset.
Okay.
Soar for me.
Boost gauge enhanced. Activating. Boost gauge limit broken. Activating drive.
Haha, frozen. Bitch.
I won't let this chance. Activating skill. Boost gauge limit broken.
I leveled up.
Got him. That takes care of it. Good work, everyone. That was rough. Sum up, Katra? Well, it's just that this area is absolutely used for field research by the Institute on a regular basis. Yeah, I've never once heard reports of monsters like that one showing up here. That goes for monsters we found this in the mining tunnel, too. They've got monsters popping up all over the places they really shouldn't be. One possibility does come to mind. Could be the abnormalities actually far below us. What do you mean? Why below? You're sharp as ever, Mr. Arkwright. I didn't expect you to connect this to the many other disturbances across the continent in recent years, not so quickly at least. Just going off hearsay, I'm guessing you're a lot more in the know about him than I am. There have been numerous cases in the past few years of disturbances in the septium veins causing abnormalities. During the Erebonian Civil and International Wars, or Crossbell's unilateral independence declaration and recent occupation, for example. Septium veins? I remember hearing about them in the past from Gien. Something about them flowing onto the continent and being the source of all life. They're called dragon veins in the east. Indeed, interference with the septium veins has produced a number of distinctive phenomena. Among them is the emergence of new monsters, as well as existing ones becoming noticeably more aggressive. This has also resulted in the appearance of giant monsters from a higher plane known as cryptids. This is all news to me. It does sound similar to what's happening here. Assuming there is a connection, then what's happening here in Basel? There's still no signs of life inside the building. If someone was in there, I'd figured that battle would have drawn him out. Looks like we still might have come here for nothing, but we still might find something useful in there. Yeah, I think we should give it a good look inside, just in case. Eh? There's rust everywhere, and not a soul to be seen. That PC over there is plugged in. There's a cable connecting it to the orbital network, even. Wonder if that belonged to Professor Callahan. Does it seem like you'll be able to get anything off of it? I'm afraid not. He's locked it down hard. Allow me. My scanning software should have us inside within 10 minutes or so. Incredible. You're so fast yet precise at the same time. Thank you. Almost too fast. It's like she's... Huh. Looks to be Professor Callahan's notes about the past few weeks. I finally found the investor I've been seeking. We exchanged messages a few times over the orbital network before a representative from the Anchorville company came to visit me directly. I already suspected they were affiliated with the infamous A, and sure enough, he freely admitted as much. He offered to give me almost unlimited funding in exchange for performing an experiment under certain special conditions. If I were to agree to all those conditions, it would change everything. Dramatically increase the speed at which I can do my research, fundamentally alter what is possible. After much thought and soul-searching, I agreed to a portion of their conditions in order to finally take back my place ahead of Cronkite. These are the bare minimum of conditions required for me to prevail. By using parallel distributed computing to harness the resources of the entire city, the preparations for my task are almost complete. However, there's still a vast wall that needs to be overcome. Climbing this wall is nigh impossible, at least not without accepting their final condition as well. I suspect that I will have to wrestle with what to do on that front until the very end, but come what may, I must succeed. I must. For my goal is the realization of seemingly impossible, the creation of nuclear weapons. Looks like we struck gold here after all. That professor with the glasses was right. Doesn't change anything, right? You still don't think it's possible he could actually pull off what he's claiming he can? Absolutely not. Not with modern technology. He would need to have stumbled upon something truly epic-making to change that. A huge paradigm shift, another singularity, to use that as an example. Even if that did happen, a lengthy process of testing, theorizing, and such would still be needed. It's likely why Professor Epstein and his disciples never realized the technology either. No, I think it's more likely that they deliberately chose to not even try. Still, those notes made it sound like he was close. Like he was only a step or two away, yes. He mentioned a parallel distributed computing too, that, although I couldn't hazard a guess as to what the final condition he mentions could be. Perhaps it refers to some kind of AI so advanced it could eliminate the need for decades of work. But how would they even create or obtain such a thing? Well, I think we found all we're going to find here. We should get back to the city. I agree. Perhaps the CID Guild or Ren might be able to help.
What was that?
It sounded like the water splashing outside.
It must have come from the swamp out front.
Maybe we should look into it, just in case.
Over there!
Agnes! Ketra! Don't look!
No! This can't...
Professor Callahan!
Yup. Saw that coming.
The cause of death was drowning. I suspect he was knocked unconscious before being thrown into the swamp. Send the body for an autopsy right away.
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on a minute.
I'll leave this to you.
Of course you will. This is out of your jurisdiction.
Why is a murder happening all the way out here? Just what are you people covering up?
We are currently conducting an investigation. This area is off limits.
We don't need your permission when a civilian is dead. Our code is all the permission we need.
Don't you realize this murder could go unsolved if you charge in and start disturbing the crime scene?
The pieces are just about coming together. He has abduction from the lab yesterday pointing that direction too. But it's now crystal clear he made a deal with the Mafia, and this is the end result. It's Tharbad all over again. The motive was to stop the victim from talking and to make an example of him. Is it the same here, I wonder? How can all of you be so calm? Someone was just murdered. But trust me, I'm burning with anger on the inside. Bastards have screwed us over and over again. This is the perfect chance to make him pay for it. So you do understand what I'm feeling. They do, yes. They've both been through a lot. Sorry about what happened to the professor. But we've been finding more and more clues, which means we're probably getting to the heart of the matter. It also means this ain't over, not yet. Gotta keep our cool if we're gonna get to the bottom of this. Can't pay him back with a hot head. Pretty sure the key to solving this is gonna be the final condition he mentioned in his notes. You remember the chaos in Crossbell a year and a half ago, right? It's an oversimplification, but it all came about as a result of a technological singularity. That singularity gave birth to superintelligence far beyond humanity's current capabilities. And after everything came to an end, it was lost again. It's quite a lot to take in. How do you even learn this shit? You think we're dealing with tech like that here? No, it was well established by multiple sources that it was impossible to replicate with the technology that was lost. Of course, that doesn't preclude the possibility of humanity creating it themselves at some point in the future. But that could be decades or centuries in the future, and even a year and a half ago, nuclear weapons hadn't been created. So it's a similar deal as to what happened then, but still fundamentally different at its core. It's hard keeping up with all this. What you're telling me, kid? You don't think the Genesis could be what makes it different, do you? That's a good point. Yeah, I'd say you're right on the right track there. Puzzle piece that didn't exist in Crossbell then, but is part of what's happening now. Prototype orbments that are even more of an enigma than artifacts and capable of bringing about miracles. If we assume they are involved here, then it makes you wonder just what the final condition with them in the mix would look like. So it does seem like a valid approach. Not bad, Small Fry. Thanks. I still don't know what's going on, though. I've already established that the issues with the orbital network in Basel were caused by the parallel distributed computing. Then we have Professor Callahan developing nuclear weapons, which was thought to be impossible before being murdered. Plus the fact that this is so similar yet different to what happened in Crossbell.
Should you ever find yourself stuck when trying to solve a problem, take a step back and look at the bigger picture. That applies to more than just research, too, you know. It will be the key to finding your answer.
No, that final condition couldn't be. Wonder who's calling.
Yes? Thank goodness, I finally got through.
Ren, what's wrong? Don't tell me you already learned what we found.
Never mind that. That's just a diversion. Hurry back to the city right away. There's a tea party getting started over here.
Oh boy, a tea party? Oh, it's a Ren type tea party. Uh-oh. We're in trouble. Oh, Ren is going full Angel of Slaughter.
Ren?
Oh my, looks like you got me. So, did you get everyone to safety? We did, but what's going on?
I used to be an enforcer of Ouroboros. Are archaisms running amok in the city? They must have been purchased from the black market.
They've only just arrived, fortunately, so we should be able to hold the fort until you get back. But you have to hurry.
Ren! Got cut off, huh? Signal must be experiencing interference, or perhaps it's due to the generators malfunctioning. Why were they glowing like that? What's happening? Just heard the news too. What the hell's going on? Look, it's Almada's high-speed airship. Hop in, now. We're heading back too. I want you to take care of preserving the crime scene and letting everyone else know what's happened. Yes, ma'am. Can't get in touch with the guild either. Let's just get back to the city. What the shit? Are these guys serious? The city is... Why are they going after innocent people? Help, somebody help! There's still people trapped in the city. Going to hell in a handbasket real fast. Look alive, gang. Let's get these guys evacuated.
Enemy sighted. Be careful. Come on!
I'm on it. Keep your guard up. It's a big group.
Got a whole slew of them.
Activating
Time for
skill.
They're stunned.
Boost gauge limiter unlocked.
Here's our chance.
Have some more.
Oh, these guys aren't that hard. Are you alright? Take cover indoors. We'll be invoicing Vern for this, so don't you worry. Huh? Okay, well, thanks. We'll hole up here. What the hell, man? Howdy. Just wrap things up here. You really are out here charging people during a terrorist attack? Bad enough when you did it in Cray. Not the time for this, Alvis. We need all the free hands we can get. Be best if we split up. There's too many of them.
Yes, you guys.
Odette, Albert, Ren.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're okay.
Looks like a ton got in. How are things on your
We
end?
evacuated all of the students. The other group should also be somewhere safe.
I wish I had better news about the comm situation. I did what I could to give instructions to the police and the other bracers.
What? Since when? Wait, I remember Jin talking about you. He said something about the Bright family's youngest. Very reassuring to have you here. Curious as to how you saw this coming, but we've got more pressing things to worry about. Call it the council president's intuition. Besides, they can't hold the tea party like this and not invite me. Well, I've no room to complain. I'll leave this to you. Makes sense to me. We'll back you up. Let's follow my lead. What the? Ren? She's just on another level. Always felt like there was something funky with her. Mask off now, I guess. Just gotta roll with it. Let's move. Rosette, connect some dots for me. What do you think they're getting at here? To my knowledge, their goal centers around Professor Callahan's incomplete energy research. If Almada reclaimed his work and seeks to complete it, then their targets must be related to that research. I suspect they want to claim the nucleus of the city's energy and processing system. No. You know where that is, Katra? The observatory. That was Professor Callahan's original research annex. Where the Orbital Net's mainframe is located, too. Really? Odette, did you see that gold airship? Where was it headed? The Institute of Science, I think. I saw it flying over that way. Bingo. City's in your hands. Use your lackeys to make as much noise as you can to draw their attention. But of course. Not lackeys, damn it. Yeah, you are. Nobody here holds a candle to Ren. We'll make sure Almada doesn't get their way. Damn straight, this time we're gonna beat them within a wedge of their lives.
Hold on. You're not going too, are you, Agnes? Think about the situation. You'll be much safer with us.
Albert. Don't worry. I'll be fine. I promise. I'll be back soon.
Damn it.
Look at her. She's got one rough path ahead of her, but there she goes, charging straight forward with a sprint in her step. So let's follow her lead and focus on doing what we can here.
Well said. Communications are still unstable, so I could use all the help I can getting in touch with everyone. Miss CID agent, my friends with the guild, Odette and Albert, it's time we got started.
Let's do this.
It'd be fun if we had Ren with us. The aerotramps are all at a stop. We'll have to take the road instead. Now let's get to it. Have to keep a close eye out as we go. There might still be people who need our help. And there are. And if you miss them, you miss out on points. There they are. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna switch this up to a bit more physical damage and double craft point battery.
You've got a charge attack ready to go. Shards. I've got your back.
Thanks, I'll take that. Go time! Sucker! Very now!
Now's a good time to boost.
Breathe onto us.
A chance!
Oh, para. Wow, that actually kind of hurt.
Activating skill.
Gotcha!
I'm on fire too. That's a shame. I'm still fucking paralyzed.
Sucker! Get going, kiddo!
Activating skill. Here's some extra. Do your worst.
Hello, could I get some frame rate there for a second? Jeez. Donk.
Activating skill. You're open.
You picked the wrong guy to fight.
Pretty hot shit, Van.
I'll handle this. Now's your chance to boost.
Energy output at maximum. Activating skill.
It's the end of the line.
Boost gauge limit crushed.
Hey, that one felt pretty good.
You did
Supervisor,
perfect, Fairy.
everyone, please be okay.
Where did all these things come from? Someone help! So close to the church too. What are the monsters doing here of all places? How many of them are there? People need help over here. Heidi and Barnaby. Katra, is that you? Distract them. Please get yourself to safety while we cover you. Get her out of here, bud. All right, come on, quick. That does not feel very quick.
I'll take that.
You won't get away with this.
That was some decent damage. Get countered.
Hit him fast, Barry. There.
Donk.
Activating skill.
A chance. Here's a little more.
Good, it looks like they made it to the church. That's a relief, but that means there's still people outside caught in the crossfire. Going after kids and elderly too, chicken shit rust buckets. Not those two are the only ones we'll find. Gang, keep an eye out for anyone else who needs help. Yeah, so you earn Spriggan points for that.
I'm sorry, I know we're in a hurry, but can we stop by that house?
We're cornered. They're coming from the Institute too? This isn't looking good. I brought my sword. Damn this. Sasha, I'm gonna have to take a risk here. Wait, no, Julian, don't do it. I know you're trained, but no need for the heroics. We got you. There are people here. There, quick. Julian, Sasha, are you okay? Yes, we're fine, but you're her work colleagues from yesterday. Leave these things to us. Keep those two safe for us while we fend them off. Got it. Be careful.
Deploying shards. I've got your back.
That's far enough. Thea, we need help. Thanks, pal.
I'll take that.
Go time. Blink.
Boost gauge enhance.
Easy clap. We owe you our lives. Thank you so much. I don't want to even think about what would have happened had you not been there. It was looking awfully dire. Were you two helping them out? Trying to, at least. We were rounding people up from inside the inn, but then we heard screaming from outside, so we went back out again. Picked up these two, and that's when those monsters jumped us. Could have been able to fend them off myself, but damn it, I'm pathetic. Don't blame yourself. We wouldn't have made it this far without you. I agree. We only made it in time because you held them off. Either way, now's not the time to think about all that. We gotta keep doing what we can now. Oh, we got in touch with Ren, too. We've kept her in the loop and gathered all the students we could here. Yeah, we saw her earlier, too. Newtown is in good hands with her helping there. You two take care of yourselves. We will. We just don't want to leave anybody behind. We're directing everyone to the inn or the church, right? We were just in that area ourselves. We managed to thin out their numbers a lot, too. Those two places should be safe for the time being. All right, then let's make our way back, ASAP. Sure, Lyle and Shingon are worried about us both. Take care, everyone. Thanks again for your help. Whew, I'm glad we decided to stop by when we did. I dread to imagine what would have happened otherwise. You mentioned that archaisms are spreading from the Institute, though. That concerns me. Now the place is probably crawling with them. Hell, probably even worse there than it is outside. Whatever Almana wants, it's in the Institute. Really hope everyone's okay. Please be safe, Yang. Okay, so we have one more.
You've got a shard attack ready to go.
This is it. Close in and kick some ass.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Good job, I guess. Gonna just die now.
Hit him fast, Barry.
Activating skill.
Gotcha.
Jane.
Hey, that one felt pretty good.
Someone's fired up. Fair enough.
There are a lot of enemies in this area. I hope everyone in the workshop will be all right.
They're inside the building. Chief, whatever do we do? Bastards, fight them back. Pick up anything that'd put a dent in them. Pipes, wrenches, just find something. Show them why you don't pick a bone with engineers. Can't be serious. We don't stand a chance. Man's right. Leave the fighting to us. Chief and Essie, why are you here too? Petra, I'm so glad you all are safe. Boy, am I glad to see you guys. Take down the archaisms. Initiating combat.
Keep your guard. Thea, we need help.
I owe you one. I'll take that.
Boost gauge limiter unlocked. You won't get away with this.
Activating skill.
Too slow.
There we go. Easy. Okay. Is anybody hurt? Oh no, we're all okay. Whew, we really owe you that one. There's a ton of uber expensive testing equipment here. We'd have hell to pay if they'd broken any of it. How's it looking outside? Same as here, cloudy with a chance of robots. Police and Bracer Guild are undoubtedly sending reinforcements. They should have most areas under control soon enough. Problem is communication. They're jamming the entire city. We can't get word out anywhere. I've got just the thing. Got this emergency line here. It's completely off the grid. We run it through our own system. That should let us call in help, and then we can start pushing these bastards back. I'll give you a hand, too. Probably can't dispel it entirely, but I should be able to counter the interference enough to get some messages out. I mean, maybe, but I'd really rather you get yourself to safety. Be safe here. Don't worry. Our front door's a goddamn bulwark. We'll lower it and hunker down if we need to. That'll buy us all the time we could want. If you insist, just please be careful. We're headed for the observatory. That's what they seem to be after. Professor cared deeply for the place. I won't let them ruin it. Made up your mind, huh? I can see that on your face. There's no way I'm talking you out of that. Be careful. You guys take care of them, all right? Leave Katra and the observatory in your hands. You got it. All right, so that one's worth 2.
That was very well made. I couldn't eat another bite. I couldn't eat another bite.
At 165 will have to do.
I eagerly await your performance. You got a charge attack ready to go. Come on! More remaining. Enemy stunned. Now's your time to deploy shots. I'll handle this. Activating skill.
Nice. So I'm trying to get both enemies felled on the field and then ambushes landed as well. The Zerum powder is like whatever, but Thanatos Jail seems pretty good. And you do like want to get all of the plugins if you can. Like it just gives you so much flexibility.
This could get tricky with so many.
Head to the Institute of Science. Rem, we've got the west side evacuated. East side is taken care of too. We've cleared out the enemy still on our end. Very secure. Give me a sit rep. Sounds like we're doing just fine. Let's get the next area cleaned up. That damn Miranda's a thorn in my side. She just had to go and ruin everything, didn't she? Without her, this wretched town would have blossomed into a symphony of screams. Instead, we have a boring farce. Ah, we should count ourselves lucky we got anything out of this. We weren't expecting the Spriggan and all the rest. Once we get an opening, we retreat. Leave the real objective to them. Fine, fine, but after Tharbad, and then this, they have to pay their dues in time. In the meantime, I'll sit back and watch them squirm. Go ahead, you can fight all you want, but in the end, chaos will consume you all. Help, there's mechanical monsters coming.
The aero trams are inoperable. Use the bridge to cross into the artisanal district. Evacuate into the church for the time being. Bracers will be there in roughly 10 minutes.
Gang, you're okay. He's still holding his coffee. You made it, roughly 2 minutes ahead of what I expected at that. Just about. You're weirdly calm with everything going on. Didn't Almada come through here? They did, as I predicted. Professor Callahan's death also did not come as a surprise. And you. I've implemented my security measures to temporarily block all unauthorized external interference into the laboratories. As a result, my work in the city has been complete since noon today. In light of that, I would be well within my rights to be out of the city by now, but I owe the students at least this much. That is why I've been assisting the one formerly known as Kitty with evacuating everyone while awaiting your arrival. Yeah, you're really gonna leave? Can't believe you were able to conceive of effective countermeasures to that parallel distributed computing in such a short time. Don't really care what goes on in that head of yours, but I see you're at least willing to cooperate with us some. There's a lot of archaisms inside now, but did we just see the last people in the building leave? All of the faculty and students of Aramis, together with the tourists and others accounted for visitors, have left. However, security camera footage captured a young man with mint-colored hair and a young woman adorned with bandages inside. A bracer and 2 police officers also passed through here earlier and have yet to return. That sadistic bastard is here. So's the puppeteer we met in Tharbad. I'm worried about the bracer and the police officers now. So they're part of the mafia that deceived Professor Callahan and then cast him aside. I won't let them make a mess of Professor Hamilton's home a moment longer. Going inside then? Surely you know that's no task for a researcher. Please continue to help with the evacuation efforts, Yang. Don't worry about me. I have Theo and Zeros with me. We'll help keep him safe, of course. There's no way this is ending peacefully anymore, but, well, we'll at least try to stop things from getting any worse. Don't overdo it, then, is all I ask, even if you have Theo and Zeros with you. I know, I won't.
The observatory is on the
Gotta go that way.
side of the campus.
Got it. Then
Theo,
we'll cut
could
through
you
the
get
building
out of the camera?
ASAP.
I can't see shit. Door's locked. Someone must have locked it to keep the archaisms from coming inside. I'll have to find another way around. The door's locked. Do I have to go upstairs? Is that what this is? This camera angle kind of sucks.
This place is crawling with mechanical nightmares.
It's a good thing Yang got everyone out when he did.
All right, here we go. Look, there's people on the ground. You all right? Ugh. They look heavily wounded, but their lives aren't in immediate danger. What happened? A guy with a dagger and a girl with a giant puppet went inside. Then they activated. I imagined she was going to mention the central terminal, but how could someone from the outside know about that? The professor told them before they killed him. Well, we got them cornered now. Yeah, let's get inside. It's time to put an end to this.
Hey, let's say we take 5.
How relaxing.
Sure, give me a minute.
This is a really good recipe, the wild parfait. Holy. All right, we're gonna save, but we're gonna keep going. I would like to not end this right before a huge boss fight. Let's go. We're going a little long today, y'all. That's okay.
The telescope's nowhere to be seen now.
That's the main terminal then?
That's right. It's also known as the Aurora, and it's the pride of Basel. Professors Hamilton and Callahan led the charge in making it 4 years ago with the Institute, Verne, the Epstein Foundation, and ZCF support. But what program is it running?
I can't make heads or tails of such complex code.
Look up there!
The 5th Genesis. Figures we'd find it here, along with...
I suspected you would come, Arkwright Solutions.
Oh, that we would meet again so soon after the film festival. It must be Adios's will bringing us together. The threads of fate bind us ever so strongly indeed.
Can't say I'm not a fan of that kind of thing.
The monsters from the gardens who stole Ida from us!
Oh, you learned the name of my old home, did you? And I see that Marduk concierge has officially joined your ranks. Professor Hamilton's favorite little one, too. Aren't we getting popular?
This kid's just with us as an advisor.
So you're the ones who led Professor Callahan astray. What are you trying to do with the Aurora? You have no right to be using it.
Oh, how misunderstood I am. I'll have you know that the professor and I had quite a special connection. In fact, he gave us permission to use it. And since he was one of the developers, I think that does give us the right. This was very different from the relationship I had with President Dillon, by the way. It was more one of mutual benefit. Though I'll admit that certain inclinations of his did make my job a lot easier. A sensual whisper here, a little buttering up there, and he was more than ready to break every taboo I ever wanted.
How could you exploit someone so?
It's not our place to judge what turns someone on. That stuff's personal. But you're still a piece of shit with a parking spot reserved in Gehenna.
Right. And we'll be happy to give you a taste of the flames that await you right here. We are going to recover that Genesis and avenge those you've taken from this world.
Look at me, public enemy number one. Think you could lend me a shoulder to cry on, Olympia?
You are only reaping what you sowed. Of course, the terms of my contract also do not allow me to simply give you all what you want.
That angelic being we saw in Tharbad.
Theo!
Scanning material makeup. Unknown. High probability that the target is a form of artifact.
Thought so. It's about the only thing that explains how it can fight like it does. There's more to it than meets the eye, too.
Indeed. Take care, everyone.
Your instincts serve you well. Incidentally, as I did not have the opportunity to introduce myself in Tharbad, I am Olympia, Overseer of the Garden of Aram. This is Ishtanti. Our contract is with Almada at this time, so we remain focused on their needs. But should you require our services after that, we would be happy to oblige.
You're asking if we want to hire an assassin?
This some kind of joke? Or are you really out of your damn mind?
I was only trying to promote my services.
It's true. She's not capable of joking, I'm afraid. As you can see, she's got work on the brain. Well, I think that's enough preamble. Been a good while, you know, since I tapped into my power as an overseer.
Of course they've been suppressing their power all this time.
We'll need to use shards however we can to survive. Do whatever it takes to hold out.
I can barely keep up with what's happening, but let's do this. Theo! Zeros! We can't allow these intruders to defile this sacred place a moment longer.
Understood.
Deploying shards.
Poor Zeros, only able to go wolf.
I'm Melchior of the Thorns. I'll be playing with you today.
Olympia of Aram, executing contract.
Okay.
Now's your chance to boost.
What do I want to do here?
Let's party!
I hope you like this.
Now it's my turn.
A boost would work here.
Okay, I don't want to S-break right now because I need to move Aaron.
Don't screw with me!
There we go.
Might want to boost here. Max boost!
I'll crush them all at once!
One skill coming right up.
Here goes!
One skill coming right up.
There we go.
Oh, I get it now.
100,000 damage.
Boost gauge in hand.
Activating skill.
So that is how it is.
Boost gauge limit broken.
Boom.
Stats upgraded.
Well,
4 moves?
I did it!
Yeah, 4 moves. Aaron is a monster.
Is everyone all right?
Dude, I didn't even use anything.
Is even more deadly than we thought.
Pisses me off. You haven't been taking us seriously all this time, have you?
Oh, I showed Beauty's blade a little of what I'm capable of. Just not you.
Your strength is within my predicted parameters, including those orbital drones.
As if that doll wasn't bad enough. Now we've got those bomb artifacts to deal with too.
The Garden's overseers are capable of even more than we feared it would seem.
If only I could make better use of Theo and Zeros' potential.
You're just so much fun to play with that you've got me all worked up. I don't think I can resist the urge anymore. I know they've got the boss curious, but surely there's no harm in slicing them open while he's not looking.
I am not your boss and will not speak for him. Do as you please.
Bring it, you son of a bitch!
The flames of the Kruga have only just begun to burn. What?
Decoding process complete. Executing emergence program.
Where am I? I see. So it was a success.
That sounds like...
Well, would you look at that? It worked! So how does it feel, Professor? What's it like living in the digital world?
It is even more comfortable than I had imagined. I'm frankly surprised by how comfortable it is, but I suppose it also makes complete logical sense. This is how it feels to be liberated of burdens and distractions. I can think more clearly than ever. The final stage of my work will be a breeze like this. Your expectations will be met.
Oh, that's my big professor. You will be handsomely rewarded for your work.
A recording? No, wait.
You are correct, young lady. This is no mere recording. I am the genuine David Callahan, Professor of Engineering Science at the Basel Institute of Science, and a researcher whose name will go down in history.
How the hell is this even possible?
We saw your body in the swamp.
No way. Don't tell me.
His knowledge, personality, and memories have all been converted into an AI. Most likely through the power of the Genesis.
Well,
So that
that's
he
not
can
good.
surpass the limitations of the human mind and become a singularity.
Professor Callahan, how could...
Well, you're even more perceptive than I expected. What a vexatious little maid you are.
Must you be like this every time, Melchior? Our work here is done. We have no reason to stay any longer.
Fine. I suppose you're right. We'll see you later, Professor.
Very good, then. I will be waiting for you.
Warning! Explosives detected!
That little bastard.
The Aurora! Zeros! Use your stun mode to stop...
No, you don't.
No!
Ketra, you can't!
Get back here! I won't let it happen. I won't let anyone damage the place she holds so dear.
Well, that's probably not good.
Shit!
Damn it!
What?
There it is. I thought something was off about you, but I never figured it ran that deep. I wonder if this is what came out of analyzing that other emperor and the rest of those types.
I will need to revise my expectations of Marduk's capabilities.
And speak of the devil, I suppose it's time we made our exit then,
As someone connected to another being, not of flesh, you have my respect. Till we meet again.
Well, I don't feel like we won. I feel like, in fact, we lost pretty hard. Well, that's a big ship. Okay, Marduk. Showing off a bit.
No way.
Reset?
This is all my fault.
You gonna be okay?
Yes. I think so.
Yep, he's a robot. You got the Elric treatment. Our city is locked down. Who could have seen this coming? What's going to happen to us? Hope Agnes is okay. Ren too. We can do is wait for them to get in touch. Sorry, but what the hell is that massive airship? The Ix Alba airship series, co-developed by the Verne Group and Aldra. Currently being tested by Marduk. Basel Institute of Conference Room.
I apologize for our sudden arrival during the frenzied events of yesterday. To start this off, I am General Manager of Marduk Total Security Company, Gilliam Thorndike. This is our Chief of Security, Qasim Al-Fayed.
Is that Perry's name?
You all.
Al-Fayed, is he? No doubt about it.
I was not expecting you to travel all the way to Basel, but it is an honor to meet you all the same. I've heard many a rumor about how shrewd a manager you are, Mr. Thorndike. Together with your Chief of Security's combat exploits.
You make me blush, Your Highness.
I am humbled by your words.
I arrived in my home country a few days ago, so I'm afraid I'm not up to date on all the latest developments. But am Am I to understand that Marduk will be responsible for securing the city of Basel for the remainder of the day?
That is correct. Off the record, a presidential executive order was issued yesterday to that effect. A CID Special Ops unit will be arriving in the city this evening. Marduk's task will be to secure key facilities in Basel until they are ready.
Special Ops unit. Sending in Hercules, huh? Wouldn't shock me if you belonged to him too, miss. Very astute.
We've also brought one of the Ix Alba series of airships that we're currently testing on behalf of the Republican Army. Said airship will allow us to ensure the integrity of the orbital network.
Which is how we're able to have this conversation, I suppose. The concierge isn't the only one you've gotten your hooks into Basel.
Our goals on this particular occasion are simply to protect this city and its orbital network. Rest assured that much like your country, we have no intention of getting too deeply involved in Basel's affairs.
That is our stance as well. We are only doing what we consider necessary. Very well, I will take your word on that for now. Quelling the chaos unfolding before us clearly does come first. However, given our stake in Vern in connection to the Institute, this current state of affairs is of grave concern to us. You have a lot to answer for here as CEO, Mr. Townsend. Please, if I may defend myself, I never could have seen this coming.
There is some merit to that argument, but it also leaves out a number of key facts. You are to see that shareholders' Mira is used to generate a profit, and yet you covered up a huge potential problem for over a month. We confirmed last night that it wasn't just Almada's money being used for ill. Elsime's investments were also misappropriated. And if these are the result of you turning a blind eye to Professor Callahan's behavior all this time...
You keep your mouth shut! Just who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to speak? I don't care if you are student council president at Aramis. This is none of your...
I am here as a special advisor for Liberals ZCF. I also serve as a negotiator representing the Epstein Foundation. In other words, I'm here to speak up against anything that threatens their interests, which this has. Now, do I have the right to speak?
Ruined. Now that's a dramatic twist straight out of a play. I've heard rumors swirling about you, but I never expected you to show up here. Still, she's right. We aren't the only shareholder that can be concerned by this. Other related companies will be as well. I hope you don't need me to spell out exactly what kind of a situation you're in here. But...
When will you grow a damn spine? The danger here isn't over. Anyone can see that. And you still intend to do nothing after what happened to Callahan? Professor Hamilton left you in charge of Vern, of Basel. Don't you feel any shame?
In any event, we now have half a day before the cogs start turning again. Even if we do nothing, the Calvardian government will see to it that matters are resolved. But knowing how egregiously my country's funds have been misused, I refuse to stand by and do nothing. So, Arkwright Solutions. Might I enlist your services for the remainder of the day? Of course, you can approach the task in whatever way best suits you, just as you did in Tharbad and have done many times before. My only true wish is that you put a stop to Almada's plans before they can bear fruit. Does this sound doable?
We'll be well compensated for this, I trust?
Gotta pay bills, man. After the conference.
Qasim, why?
It's been some time, Farida.
Expected you two were related. Your brother, right? Never expected him to be one of Marduk's hunting dogs.
I hear you've been taking good care of my sister, Arkwright Solutions. As for you, Van, it's been 2 years, I believe? I understand you've greatly improved your use of the stun caliber and your martial arts. Reset mentioned as much. As your former instructor, that fills me with great pride.
I try. Still not so hot with the tactics stuff you taught me, though. I've heard all kinds of stories about you too, but I never expected our first meeting to be like this.
In that, we are agreed. Still, while we might be providing our services and your weapon, I believe the contract between us to be an equal one. I hope that we can continue our fine partnership, Mr. Arkwright.
Yeah, let's not get too friendly. I'm not interested in becoming any more than just a contractor. Still, since we're here, there's one thing I want to ask. Just how long has she been like that?
Information on our concierge is classified, I'm afraid. However, if an approximate time frame will suffice, I suppose I can oblige. About a year ago.
Something seemed off about her all this time. First started talking 3 years ago, but first time we actually met was just in Tharbad. Even when I visited Ored for lessons on tactics, she was conveniently unavailable. That sounds like... Does that mean...
Still, I know she's in good hands with Associate Professor Archett. I also happen to bring some compatible parts that she can use. Though I regret that Ms. Twinings will not be able to provide you with any more of her services for the time being.
You ain't got nothing to apologize for. Got any amount of workers' comp I could give her would make up for forcing her to do something that crazy. But either way, that's my problem to deal with, not yours.
Well, I apologize for meddling in your affairs then. With that said, we must take our leave. We've negotiations with the Republican Army to attend to. As I mentioned during the conference, we've no intention of interfering in this crisis any more than is necessary. Fascinated though I am by what a genius can achieve through an obsession that knows no bounds.
Qasim, wait!
There are a number of matters Abi and I disagree on. Whether you are suited to being a warrior is very much one of them. Still, I can only assume it was the guidance of the flames and Arusha that led you here. Battle is almost upon us, and I will be watching to see how you fare through it.
What's his deal?
Very.
As much as I'd love to write him off as an arrogant asshole, I can't get enough of a read on him. Just how tough is he?
I'd say he's one of the strongest Jaegers who ever lived.
Well, hope he doesn't end up on the wrong side. Conversation is over then? Ren, where are the others? They're still here. There was talk of them returning to the capital, but that's not going to be possible now with the whole area on lockdown. The roads, railways, even airspace around Edith is sectioned off. Not like that comes as any surprise after what happened. What do you mean? What happened now? There was an explosion in Anchorville City. There were no casualties, fortunately, but we suspect that Almada might have been involved. Anchorville's a decent-sized city north of the capital, right? Yeah, that must have been just a diversion whilst this was their real target. Well, I think that's almost certain. However, given its proximity to the capital, we can't afford to take it lightly. Both the CID and the Guild are being pushed to their limits right now. We won't be able to give you any backup. That's fine. We weren't expecting any to begin with. You can at least share whatever you managed to gather, surely? That goes for stuff from the ZCF and the Foundation, too. Sounds fair to me, insofar as our interests align, of course. I'll also do what I can. Just take care of Agnes for me in return, please. Thank you, Ren. I hear the initial work is done on your concierge, too. That's Professor Hamilton's family for you. Geniuses to the last. Oh, thanks for telling us. So good to hear. She was being seen in Associate Professor Esmeray's room, wasn't she? Go say hi, then. All right. I am going to save here, because... boy, that was a lot to take in. That's wild. Save in the midst of Chapter 3, 28 hours, 45 hours, and 14 levels later, 15 more hours, 17 more hours. And I'm, like, most of the way through Chapter 4. This game is long as shit, my dude. All right, but that's where I'm going to call it for the day. Quite a bit over time, but wanted to do that. Oh. Oof. So I will not be streaming tomorrow or Thursday as I have contract work to deal with of my own. But I will be back Friday. We'll be starting with Fire Emblem in the morning and probably more Trails Through Daybreak in the afternoon. But that is subject to change. Any case, thanks everybody for coming and watching and chatting and hanging out. Appreciate it as always. Hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. Till Friday. Bye-bye.